Good evening. We now have a quorum and we shall proceed. The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced rate of 75% capacity of the Professional Development Center meeting room space. Once the capacity has been reached, admission into the meeting space will be closed. All audience members are required to wear a mask at all times. Masks will be available upon request. The Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for November 4th, 2021 at 5 p.m. will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. A period for written, I'm just all tongue-tied this evening. A period for written public comment will be provided before the meeting as well as before each action is taken by the board on an action item. Individuals wishing to make a public comment about any of the posted action items will need to click on the agenda item in board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. Online comments are available for public review. And with that, we shall, I call the meeting to order, and we shall have a invocation by School Board Member Tramiel Howard and a Pledge of Allegiance by School Board Member Jill Dodson.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Please rise. Father God, thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you for safe travels, Lord. We ask that you give everyone a clear mind and a clear heart and a space to do the work of the people and do the work in the business of the children of this district, Father God. We pray for continued growth and progress amongst the district. We pray that adults get out the way and let the things that happen that are best for kids occur. In the mighty name of Jesus that we pray for traveling grace on the way home and just the safety of everyone involved in tonight's meeting. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I didn't even see that. Okay, and as we proceed, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tapman. District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue. District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Present.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present. And we have a quorum. I don't know why I keep expecting Madam Secretary to be the one to say the quorum part. I'm sorry. Okay, so moment of personal privilege. At the Committee of the Whole meetings, I like to share the month's offerings from my Culture and Diversity Reader. So this month, the focus is Native American Heritage Month. And please note, which I did not consider when I was creating my reader, that Native Americans sometimes prefer to identify as Indigenous Americans. The 3 book recommendations are Heartberries, a memoir by Therese Marie Melhot, There by Tommy Orange, and The Towel Raven, an Alaskan Native memoir by Ernestine Hayes. And I want to give a special shout out, since I'm talking about books, culture and diversity. The new librarian at the Bel Air High School, the Mighty Mighty Beagles, has started a book club, and their first reading, of which I unfortunately missed because we were doing some research in Miami as a board, is Tiffany D. Jackson's Grown, and they are like all excited about it, and I'm excited about it for them, so I'm glad they're taking these book journeys. Shout out to the school. And moving forward with the agenda item C1, receive as information updates from the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So we have so many announcements to make, but I will get to the high points. First, wanted to talk about the excitement that we have around esports. We're excited to announce and open the first EBR-sponsored esports lab at Northeast High School. Esports brings competitive scholastic gaming, bridging academics, competitive sports. We're excited to begin the journey of bringing esports to our students by partnering with the community to have a permanent esports arena at one of our own EBR school site, and the Northeast esports team is already competing with other schools across the country. We're also looking at how we're going to expand esports to other high schools across the city. The East Baton Rouge Private School System has continued to keep our mask guidance in place in order to protect students, staff, and families. The members of our Health Advisory Committee have maintained that the mask and face coverings are one of the most effective tools for protecting unvaccinated children and school communities. We will continue to review our school-level data in partnership with the Health Advisory Committee before modifying the current guidance. We do know that the FDA has begun to approve students to begin to get shots from the ages of 5 to 11. So as those numbers continue to go up, we will look at possibilities as we talk with the Health Commission on looking at what are the parameters around wearing masks as we get more students vaccinated. So more information will come as we continue to work with our Health Advisory Commission. The divisions of Academy and Literacy have launched a joint venture communicating directly with educators through weekly videos. The videos focus on best practices for instructional implementation. These videos have been a welcome resource for supporting the district academic programming. Teachers and other district staff may access these videos via YouTube. Thank you to the Divisions of Academy and the Division of Literacy for this innovative approach to ongoing professional engagement, and also being able to provide videos in order to give teachers the opportunity to take time and go in at their own time to see what are not only the updates, but what are some instructional practices being looked across the school system. In this week, a delegation of education, business, and community leaders and board members traveled to Miami-Dade to observe best practices that have resulted in the public school system's improvement from a failing school district to an A-rated urban school district. Miami-Dade Public Schools serves a diverse group of more than 340,000 students. It is the fourth largest in the country. This trip provided an opportunity for representatives from our community to see a successful impact of specialized and innovative academic programming. We want to thank the board and others who attended this meeting, but also are hopeful that this helped to inspire and look at innovative ways to do work as we continue to build on our current model, as we look at how we expand schools across our city, looking at expansion of magnet programs, workforce development model, and also how we think about from our facilities design buildings. It was a very packed 2 days, but more importantly, it was an educational space for us to really think about how we're going to continue to help our schools and our city grow. And more importantly, it also helps us a lot as we begin to think about our proposal in terms of our visual performing arts proposal, which will go ahead and take place. So just wanted to say we'd like to thank everyone for that, for what they have contributed into that space. And Madam Vice President, that is my update.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, next item for consideration, item C2. Not consideration. Next item for information, item C2, quarterly report from CSRS Tillage.
Good evening, Vice President Collins, board members, superintendent. I bring to you today the quarterly report for Proposition 1 of the tax plan. We'll start with Phase 3. There we go. We'll start with Phase 3 of the tax plan. The overall budget amount for that phase was $384,675,648. To date, there is a balance of $1,446,390. And that is small balances for projects that have closed out, such as Estruma High School, Jefferson Terrace, and so on. And so those funds will roll over. All projects within that phase have been completed to date. We're currently in Phase 4. And the overall budget for Phase 4 is $396,920,301. Expended to date is $17,903,932. To date, we have completed Glen Oaks High School, Crestworth Elementary School, and those are the first two projects of Phase 4. We have in construction McKinley Elementary School, Belfair Montessori Classroom Addition, and La Bel Air Multipurpose Addition. Projects that are in planning and programming are Forest Heights Academy and the new elementary school in South Baton Rouge. And again, we've closed out both Glen Oaks High School and Crestworth, or they've been substantially complete. Glen Oaks High School and Crestworth Elementary School.
Thank you. Just as we go through these, I want to clarify something. You have up there budget for Phase 4. What is that? Is that the current budget that is there, or was that the budget when it was originally approved?
Originally approved.
That's the
correct.
budget when it was originally approved. Okay, thank you very much.
And so from here, there are some highlights of our completed projects. Glen Oaks, where we went through some athletic facility additions, office improvements, and overall site improvements. Crestworth Elementary School, where we had a current project budget of $4 million. Coleman Partners was the designer of that one. Again, that one was substantially complete in July, and we opened school in August. And these are some highlights from that. It was a complete renovation of the old middle school. And just some in-progress pictures of La Bel Air Elementary. That was a budget of $1.5 million. Chasm Architecture is the architect. And Belfair Montessori, a budget of $3 million, and Chasm is the architect for that facility as well. Both of those are in construction. La Bel Air will be finishing up at the end of November, and Belfair will be finishing up toward the end of the year. Here we have just a conceptual rendering of McKinley Elementary School. RHH Architects and DLR Group are the architects. It's 91,874 square feet for a capacity of 790 students, and $25 million was the budget for that project. McKinley Elementary is, again, under construction. Its projected opening date is the spring of 2023, and we're moving. That school also will combine Bernard Terrace as well as University Terrace. And again, here are just some other renderings. That's it. Buchanan, yes, I'm sorry. Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you.
Moving forward with item, yes, okay. Board Member Lannis?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Vice President. At this time, I'd like to use a point of personal privilege. For the sake of time, I'd like to make a special request that we move items 13 and 14 to the top of the list. Just because it's been quite a bit of attention has been drawn towards this item, And I think that is vitally important that we not only discuss it, but for the flow of this current agenda, it keeps us moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay. And that's in the form of a motion. Can we accept that as in the form of a motion?
He'll need to make a motion, and if there's no objection in the past, we've
Okay.
moved it. But if there's an objection, he needs to make a motion, and we need to take a vote on it.
That's okay.
Okay.
Madam Vice President, I'd like to make a motion to move items 13 and 14 to the top of our agenda under new business.
Okay. At the top of the agenda under new business, so we still waiting until, what is this, item E? New business, item for consideration? Okay, no, I mean, it's the same meaning, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay, all right, so, any objection to the motion? All right, seeing no object,
Well, you need a second.
okay, all right. And seeing no objection, it's unanimous. We don't need to vote.
No, you'd have to take a vote, so we would, because this is a board action, you'd need to actually go to the board for comment, then the public, and then back to the board. So we'll start with board comment.
Seeing no board comment at this time, any public comment? And public comment, if anybody's gonna come, this is only to move the agenda item, not the items itself. Seeing no public comment, back to the board. Okay, seeing no board comment, unanimous. We still have to vote? Oh,
She's entering the item, so give her just a second.
okay, well then, thank you very much. You're keeping me on my toes. I misunderstood what you said at first.
Okay, Madam Vice President, I'm ready. Please vote. Yeah, everybody else. Try to refresh it. I got everybody's with you. Do y'all just want to do a roll call? We can just do a roll call for this one and get you reset. District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Now moving forward with the new item D1, or we'll still refer to it as the same item number. Now moving forward with item D13. Contract request to withdraw. Recommended action, consideration of a request to accept the request of Strategic Demographics LLC to withdraw from its contract for reapportionment and redistricting services. Can I get a motion? Board Member Lannis, and seconded by Board Member Gode. Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President. Excuse me. Thank you, Vice President Collins. And so I just wanted to we've all seen the article. We've all seen the narrative that has been bestowed upon me and two of my colleagues related to this particular item. I first want to say publicly that I think it is a bunch of misprinted BS to write an article that creates a narrative around what me and my colleagues are doing as members of this board. We were elected by our constituents to serve the people of this city. To make any reference or character reference or attack on our character in the public media is, I think, absurd. And I just want to publicly say that the advocate, you should be ashamed of yourself. My colleagues and I have made a commitment to this district, to this city, and to this board to do the work of the people every day. You don't have to agree with what we do. You don't have to agree with what we say. But to make a narrative and a character reference on my colleagues and myself as if we don't give a darn about what's happening on this board is just a misrepresentation. So I just want to publicly say that the advocate, I'm just appalled at your actions. I'm appalled at the article. I would also like to publicly make the recommitment to my colleagues and to my constituents that my colleagues and I are showing up every day. Redistricting has historically been a thing that has misrepresented minority families throughout our country's history. Redlining, gerrymandering, and all of the above have historically placed the burden on minorities. So you gotta be right. You have to know what you're talking about, and you have to have the necessary information to make informed decisions before you just sit at a meeting with folks and talk about redistricting. So I just want to publicly say to my colleagues that I'm sorry for the misrepresentation of the advocate of a couple of us in this particular news article, and just let folks know that we are committed to this work, and this is not nothing that you just can run through and just make a decision on uninformed. You need to be informed with every decision you make, especially this one, when you're representing the kind of people that we represent in this district. Thank you, Vice President Collins.
Oh, Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'll just start off by saying that I was disappointed when I read the article, and I was very surprised when I read that that the company that we had chosen had pulled out. And I just wanted to be emphatically clear. I never denied wanting to meet with the company. I had nothing against the company at all. In fact, I was looking forward to the process. The only thing or the reason why we were not able to connect was timeliness. Unfortunately, our schedules just simply could not connect, and that's okay, and that's understood. But I did want to clarify that no one, well, I speak for myself when I say I had no ill will or ill intent in not meeting with the company at hand that wanted to pull out. What I am hopeful for is that we move forward in this process because our community is watching, which is where the disappointment came from. And my hope is that we not only get through this process, but we get through this process in an orderly fashion, because that's what we're going to need. I think my board colleague, Mr. Howard, said it best. Anytime we talk about reapportionment, anytime there is a concern around a particular school board members' district, there's going to be several questions that those board members are going to have. And I don't think that any of those questions that were asked were out of place. I think that they were spot on, and I think that they deserve to be answered. And I think whenever we select the next company, those are going to be the same questions that are going to come up again. And whoever we choose to go with, whether it's the companies tonight or any other companies, they need to be prepared to answer any questions that may come up. They may come from us, they may come from our constituents. But with a process this important that comes up only every 10 years, we have to be diligent, we have to be open-minded, but most importantly, we have to make sure that we're good stewards in disseminating information that goes out to our community as a whole. So I just wanted to clear that up. I wish strategic demographics all the best. I hope that it has not severed any ties that we have in the future with our school district, and I really do wish them the best, and I hope that we can move forward in this process as a board. Thank you.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the resignation, not the resignation letter, but request to withdraw. I was disappointed that they were withdrawing without answering questions that I had been asking since September. I don't think what I was asking was unreasonable or really difficult to get to, and whoever we choose to do this job, I would ask the same questions. And my questions basically were around just making sure that the public was aware of what our goals are in redistricting, what exactly it is. Many of us have not gone through this process before, and some of us in going through the process before were very new to the board, and we're basically led by the information that we had at hand. So I was asking for information regarding the 2010 census and the moves that we made then. I believe there was something done in 2012 and again in 2014 that I remember more vividly. But I at the request of the company asking for time to meet, that time was supposed to be around looking at the maps, and I didn't think that, I knew that I was not prepared to look at maps without having that basic information, and I didn't think it was fair to ask me continuously to meet without answering the particular questions I needed, and those that I know that the public was asking for, just basic stuff, where have we been, where are we going, why are we doing this, to get a clear picture, because it is very sensitive, and it's not just about our particular seats. I mean, we'll only be here for a number of years, and whatever we do with through redistricting has a lasting impact for over 10 years. I think for probably 14 years for this board, just based on the election cycles. So I just think it's important, that we be very clear, and we basically know what we're doing, and the public knows and understands what we're doing. And I don't think that was unreasonable. And I asked for it in September, so there was enough time to produce it. We had a couple of presentations where the information could have come forth, but it wasn't, for whatever reason. I don't know if they, but anyway, it just didn't. It just wasn't right. And the very first thing they spoke about in the letter was that we were asking them to move faster at a pace that was not in the RFQ, whereas the board had not even decided when. We hadn't decided on a timeline yet. So, the very first thing that that they mentioned in their letter was inaccurate. So, and we've worked with them before and worked well. So, I don't understand what the stall was for. But, I'd be happy to release them, just based on the miscommunications and just not being able to receive the information that I was looking for, and just really disappointed that it would come to this, that they would rather withdraw than answer my questions before I had a meeting. And I don't think that was unreasonable. So, I wish them well. I know that, they've done good work before, and, and they're doing work in other districts as well. So, and they're pretty busy. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you very much.
Board Member Godey.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief, but I think in some respects my colleagues are being too kind. I met with the company. I reached out to them and sat down with them and got some of the information. I personally reached out to them to try to clarify exactly what information my colleagues were requesting, and I personally offered to sit down and help sort through the data myself if they couldn't do it, to be able to provide it to the board membership. And the next thing I saw was a resignation letter with no communication back to me or anything else. It is some of the most unprofessional dealings I have ever seen, and quite frankly, I don't necessarily wish them well. They failed miserably, in my opinion, and again, what they did was extremely unprofessional. And so I fully support accepting this resignation of this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Godey. Seeing no other board comment, any public comment? Seeing no public comment, back to the board. Seeing no further board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Now moving forward with item D14, reapportionment redistricting consultant. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation to hire Data Center as a consultant for reapportionment and redistricting services for the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. Board Member Bernard.
I think that the public deserves to have an opportunity to have input on this. I'm sure that if we send this to the consent agenda, that we will want to pull it anyway. So I would like for us to consider sending this without recommendation, just so that it's a standalone item on the agenda and we can give it a full hearing at the board meeting.
Board Member, you second? Okay. Godey, Board Member Godey. Moving forward, Board Member Godey, do you also had comments, or that was for make it second in the motion?
That was for second in the motion.
Okay, Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I really would like to see the information, if there is a presentation on this. Previously, there was a lot of public interest in at least seeing this presented at a committee of the whole, which is why I asked for it to be placed on the agenda, so that we could have at least a couple of bites at the apple on this. There's been a lot of interest, and when this came up, it never even made it to the table. So, I would appreciate a presentation on this, even though when it first came up, things kind of turned in a totally different direction. There was a board member that wasn't present at the time, and one board member specifically asked for information from the committee that was presenting this to us, and there was no one here to give any information. So I would appreciate at least a presentation on this and allowing the public to give comment on this, as it would have gone through committee of the whole if we had done this way in August. So I wouldn't like to just send it straight away without having input from the public and from board members. So if there's anything in there that we have questions about, they can,
Can
be
be
prepared
cleared
at
up
the
by
next
the next
board
meeting.
meeting and would save some time, even though we would spend some time here in committee on it.
Okay. Well, we do have the item on the agenda, so anybody should be prepared to present, regardless of the way the motion.
Yeah, and I guess for clarification, Ms. Wade Jackson, were you looking for a presentation from the recommended proposal or from staff? Because we
From
can.
staff.
Yeah. And so this will be on the RFP. I don't know if Mr. Larry Williams is here tonight. Did he come? He's not here to present. I can take you. He's here?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. He'll be up in just a second.
Thank you.
Vice President, Board, Superintendent, thank you. I guess kind of caught me off guard. What would you like for me to share with you at this point?
Did you have a presentation previously around this item?
No, ma'am. The committee, as we normally do, did the scoring for the groups, and I think you all had that information on the scoring and our evaluation of the three firms. Since that time, I'm understanding that you all would prefer to get more detail in those reports.
Can you just give us some general information around it, just so that the public will be informed? Because we didn't have the opportunity to hear anything about any of the proposals before.
Yes, ma'am. When we evaluated these three firms, you need to understand the backdrop for this is that none of us have any experience with this work, so it was very unfamiliar to us. It's a once every 10-year kind of project, so I had no direct familiarity with the details of the work. I did learn in my research that there is a prescribed process used by any of these firms. My perception, along with the committee, was that all of these firms were quite competent and capable of doing the work. One of the concerns that surfaced was that the board would want to meet very directly, often, and in person with the person, the team that would be working with the board. I reached out to the two out-of-town firms kind of on my own with approval from the committee. And in the documentation, we did get two letters from the two out-of-town firms. The question that I asked them was how comfortable and how realistic is it going to be for you all, both groups. One data center is in the Hammond area. I can't say the other company's name correctly right at the moment, over at, I believe, around the Lafayette area, just west of the Lafayette area. So the geographic travel was almost exactly the same for those two groups and of course the folks who have declined were here in Baton Rouge. So that wasn't a question with them. But we did question and get a response from both the other companies. As to how is it going to go for you to work with the board this directly and closely and be out of town, be based out of town. They basically explained that that was not going to be an issue, that was a routine process for them. They travel quite often, and that what this board was expecting is no different than what any other group they work with would expect. So to them, it was basically a non-issue. And I think to the committee, that's more or less how we viewed it. It was going to be a non-issue. And so if you actually look at the proposals themselves, the documents, part of our evaluation and the scoring was the actual document itself. The request, we had questions in there for the companies to respond to. There were some specific elements asked about. We looked to see that those elements were addressed. I think the scoring kind of reflects that, part of the score resulted from our interpretation of their response in writing. And so the scores were close. You all recall that the scoring was very close. It was a difficult decision even for the committee. In the end, we landed upon the data center as the high score by a very narrow margin, and that was our recommendation to the board originally. Can I answer any specific question beyond that? I'm sorry I'm not providing more detail than that, but there was not anything. The most unusual thing about it was a project in which none of us had any prior knowledge and experience. That was the unique thing about it. I think we treated all three firms very fairly in the process. Obviously, the person who doesn't get the better scores have concern about why and how it came to be. And sometimes when the scores are really close, it is very difficult to pin down 2 or 3 points one way or the other. It's difficult, but none of the score members had any agenda. Myself, I had no agenda whatsoever. I had no leaning in this. We simply worked with the information that we had in the proposals and what we perceived to be an appropriate company to do the job. I, perhaps in my ignorance of the whole process, did not perceive some of the elements that the board may have been greatly concerned about. If I did this process again, I would want to sit with at least a committee of the board and get maybe a clearer understanding of exactly what you all would see the issues to be. I think that might have been the bigger problem, was that the perception of what you were looking for might have been a little different than what the committee was looking at, and that was really just a matter of the lack of communication perhaps about the project.
I think maybe the information that the board sent you was accurate. We were looking for those general things, but, but can you tell me about, you said the scores were pretty close. Do you mean, because there was more than a couple of candidates, when you say the scores were close?
Well, the final scores for each group, and I'll just share those. Mm-hmm. Strategic Demographics LLC, with the total score was 444. Data Center was 469, and Geographic Planning and Demographics was 465. Mm-hmm. So it's close. I mean, I guess there's not a really perfectly accurate way to describe that difference. When you have a group of people who score, although we use the guidelines to keep us all on the same page, this is what can happen sometimes. These were all good companies. That's the first thing I would say. My perception was that any one of these three could have quite effectively done the work.
Mm-hmm. But the top two they were close together, is what you were saying. When you say they were close?
Yes, ma'am.
You mean
they were.
The top two were close. The other was a bit
the
behind.
difference was 4 points.
Yeah.
Which is, I suppose, a bit unusual, but when you're dealing with a committee group, and scores are done independently, there's no collaboration, there's no, I'm going to do this, you're going to do that. None of that takes place in a proper process, and it didn't in this process. Mm-hmm. It just so happened that these individual evaluations, when they were collectively gathered, I think the result of this stems from the fact that all of these companies presented themselves well and had a good offering for the board to do this service.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ware Jackson. Okay. What is the standard protocol for all, still a little tongue-tied, what is the standard protocol for all RFP, RFQ presentations as it relates to presentations of the board? There is a committee that reviews, and then there's a head of the committee, a chair, or someone who functions as a chair.
A score committee, yes, would have a chairperson. In the past, historically, we have presented basically the summary information and the scores and the totals.
Yes, sir.
In most cases, that's what we would present to the board to review.
And who tends to do that? The chair of the scoring committee, or?
Yes.
Okay, who was the chair?
Well, we actually make the recommendation to the superintendent, and the
Okay.
superintendent presents to the board, of course.
Okay, all right, and the superintendent, okay. I mean, it's clear, and, you know, I'm asking these questions, we're asking these questions, we're not necessarily beating up on you.
I understand, thank you.
It's clear this is beyond you. So then, for clarity, the present motion is to contract with the data center. And the recommendation of the scoring committee was for who?
The data center,
Okay,
by a 4-point margin. Yes.
okay, but in comparison to the person we chose to consult with, and again, I've said in previous meetings, everybody seemed to be competent. If you made a letter grade out of it, like we tend to do with students, one would be a high A and the other one would be a B, between the top and the third. So it's not that we chose somebody incompetent. At the moment, we say we chose somebody we were familiar with. So I'm not even beating up on that, but let's just be realistic about the scoring. There's a 25-point difference. Again, I'm not saying that and raising that, directing that at you necessarily. At this point, realize it's beyond you, okay? The board, you know, in fairness to you and the scoring committee, the board tasked the scoring committee by virtue of approving an RFQ. We tasked you with certain things to look for, and y'all did that. And so I appreciate what you did share. I am quite disappointed, and I can only imagine that most of my colleagues, if not all of my colleagues, are disappointed that we don't have a formal presentation, which is standard protocol for any RFQ, RFP presentation. And so I look forward to us having that, continuing that practice in the future. Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And thank you for that presentation.
Yes,
I
sir.
won't belabor the issue. I will not beat a dead horse. What's important to me is what you said. The two other companies, that they're competent and fully capable of getting this process done, correct?
That's my opinion, yes. And what I saw in the activity in the scoring and my evaluation of the companies, I can confidently say that any of the three could have done this work. I'll stand by that.
And in saying so, we don't have to start this process over. We've already gone through it. We have two fully capable companies. And that's what I really want the focus to be on, is that we have two fully capable companies of getting this process done, understanding the timeliness behind this, understanding that in the last request that was made, that we wanted to, for lack of better terms, move fast. And I want us to be steadfast on that, because we know this is going to be a long process. And knowing that we have two companies that can get the job done, that's the most important thing. And over the course of the next 2 weeks, as I agree with Ms. Bernard, we should have moved it without recommendation so that everyone can ask all necessary questions, get it out the way moving forward. Because sometimes you don't get a second chance to get the process right. I think that we're in a good place right now, and I hope that in the next 2 weeks we can select the company and we can move forward. Thank you.
Miss Board Member Bernard.
thank my colleagues for the questions and the comments, and Mr. Williams for answering questions for us as well. I have a question for Mr. Shamlin. Do you know if either one of these firms or if both of these firms can attend the full board meeting? Because it seems like it would be helpful for both of them to be here, but maybe if they can't both be here, then it would be an unfair advantage if only one can be here and the other cannot. I don't know, but I would like maybe if the consultants are available and could be at the meeting, I think that would be helpful. Will you check on that?
Yeah, both firms have reached out to me and they're interested in moving forward. We'll make sure
Oh,
that
good.
they are available.
Okay. So for those of us who were not here the last time we had to do this, it's using software, and you've worked with demographers before, and what you do is you say that you're under or you're over. So if you're under, you take the precinct from the person who borders you and you pull it into your district, and it's really helpful if you sit with that person or someone who borders you or a couple of people who border you, and they get to say, no, not that precinct, my mother-in-law's in that precinct, or something like that, you know. So you might have an affinity. You lived in that precinct at one time, and now you're in this precinct. And so at some point, we get to a plan that pleases all of us about 80 or 90%. I don't love that I have to lose a precinct or two in my district. Mr. Goday doesn't love that he has to lose, is it 25%? How many voters is that? It's over 10,000 voters. Mr. Goday has 53,000 too many voters in his district right now. So he's got to give those to Ms. Ware Jackson or to me or to Mr. Howard or somebody that borders him. And I have too many voters, so I have to give up. I have 10% too many voters. I have 4,300 too many voters. And then Mr. Lannis might be under, and Mr. Howard is probably under a little bit. So at some point, we get a plan that's balanced, and we get to sit down with the consultant and play with the software and see how it works and see which neighborhoods go in and which neighborhoods go out. And none of us wants to lose any of our precincts, of course, but we come up with something that works for Ms. Collins, for Mr. Howard, Mr. Ballou, Mr. Tapman, Ms. Dyson, Ms. Ware Jackson, Mr. Goday, and Mr. Lannis, and then we vote on the plan. And we take as much time as we need to with the consultants, and they're very indulgent with us. They spend a lot of time with us and go through well, what if this? Every scenario. That's why the meetings are fairly lengthy and it takes a lot of time, and that's why the price of the contract is what it is. But I'm looking forward to doing it, and I think it's going to be good. I don't want to take up any more of your time. Thanks.
Board Member Howard.
So I just wanted to, just for the record, I just didn't feel right, just, thinking about the process from the beginning. And as a new board member, this is my first time going through redistricting as it relates to being a part of this board, but I've seen redistricting and remapping and, like I said earlier, the redlining phases of the world occur. And when we're thinking about a redistricting plan, and no disrespect to my colleague, Ms. Bernard, but it has to be so much more bigger than a precinct. Redistricting is not about the voting individual powers of board members. This is literally the increased majority power of the people who live and reside in this district. Frankly, it's not about me. I could care less about this seat. When you're thinking about redistricting, you're thinking about the entire population of this city and how you're putting them into a situation to have a voice about representation within the city. It's so much bigger than a precinct. It's so much bigger than Ms. Bernard. It's so much bigger than Mr. Howard. It's so much bigger than Mr. Landis, Mr. Goday, Ms. Ware Jackson, Ms. Collins, Ms. Dyson, Mr. Tapman, Mr. Ballou. It's bigger than that. And so if you're going to approach this conversation about what I'm giving up or what you're giving up, you're already at the wrong ideal of what this process should be. It should be about how we as a collective put the power back in the hands of the people, and not us as individuals in the precinct. So I just wanted to lift that up, that we have to think deeper and larger than a precinct, than losing 10,000 votes. This is the people's seat. We just occupy it for a qualified time.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And in addition to what Mr. Howard said, and I appreciate you being so passionate about that, you know, I have to reiterate that this is definitely not about individual board members or who we like in our district and, you know, where we, you know, some things we want to make sure that they make sense, you know, like some things that are very important to constituents who are things like families of schools, you know, making sure that, you know, families of schools stay together and like people in the district are represented by the same person where their alma mater is or their, you know, the school that their neighborhood is in, you know, tweaking little things like that, you know, that's important to people in the community. But overall, you know, it is based, we're doing this because of, it should be census data driven and based on what the needs are in the district, and it should be reflective of the people that are in the district that we're counting in the census. And but I also don't want us to lose sight of the fact that we put a committee in place to do this work several months ago. I might have been in February. You know, they spent a lot of time and energy vetting, doing the work for us. And the reason we did it was to increase public trust and to get this out of our hands because it can be very political. You know, if we start tweaking just based on what we like, you know, so I'm very grateful that we put the process in an RFQ, and we had some unbiased people in the district work through this. And after looking at everything, they chose who they thought was the company that they thought was obviously the best choice based on the experience of the demographer. You know, they had the most experience and had the best price, you know. The highest price was $15,000 more than what the recommended company was at, and the one that the board ultimately chose was $5,000 higher. So, you know, I would still lean toward the recommendation of the committee, you know, which recommended data center, and that's where I would stand, and that's where I will stand. I will trust what the committee came up with, and you know, because we didn't have to do all that work, and I appreciate it, and I'd be glad to move it forward, you know, just as it is with data center as the recommendation, and I just thank my colleagues for the patience and understanding that everybody, this is important, not just to the 9 board members, but to everybody who votes in this area. So I appreciate the time and the work. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Vice President Jackson.
All right, seeing no other board comment, any public comment? Okay. We have somebody coming.
Thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
Not as familiar with this setup. Good evening. My name's Tanya Nyman. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes. I'm less interested in which company you hire as opposed to what you put in the contract with that company. And so I do want to ask that whoever you decide to hire for this, that you require the consultant to provide relevant background information. Namely, that they inform the members of the board and the public about the manner in which this board was reapportioned and reconfigured, especially within the last 10 years. So for those who haven't been following board matters for a while, please know, in 2010, this board consisted of 12 single-member districts. And in 2012, it was compelled to downsize to 11 single-member districts. Now, though that map was the last map to be approved by the Department of Justice. In 2013, the Voting Rights Act was gutted, and then the Baton Rouge Area Chamber went on record and asked that this board be downsized to 9 single-member districts. So as we move forward, I think certainly the public needs to understand the history behind that and the effects on the makeup of this board so that we can consider the possibility of increasing the number of single-member districts. The other thing is that I think the contract should not include insidious clauses which would prohibit or discourage the possibility of new maps which would include an increase in the number of single-member districts. So I bring that up because I was at the board retreat where the previous firm made a presentation and none of that information was included. And also I understand, sorry, the contract was written in a way to make it more expensive or more difficult to entertain the notion of increasing the number of single-member districts. So those are the things I'd like you to pay attention to, more importantly, as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Board Member Ware Jackson.
I'm probably still up from last time, but I'm glad because I do want to say that one of the things I was looking for and asking for from the company that pulled out was a historical look at the district, and so that we knew clearly what we did, where we were. History isn't always the school district's favorite subject, so to speak. And I think people, including myself, would really appreciate a full understanding of the processes that we went through, and and basically what the district looked like, and what we sent to the Department of Justice. The last thing that was approved, why did we have to do that? That's a question as well. So, whoever it is would need to answer. I still have the same questions. It doesn't matter who's doing this, I'll still have the same questions. So just wanted to make that clear, and I do appreciate a bit of the history behind this, and a clear understanding of what we did, and how things broke down in a percentages for each district, and all of that good, deep, dirty stuff, so to speak. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
That's not the, without recommendation.
All right. We're going to do a roll call, Ms. Collins.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Yay.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Point of clarity, could you read the motion?
Motion to send the consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation to hire data centers as the consultant for reapportionment and redistricting services for the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board to the full board without recommendation.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Now, let us go back to item D1. Item for consideration, grant recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Clean Diesel Grant in the amount of $733,975 to replace diesel-fueled buses. Can I get a motion? Board Member Dyson and Board Member Bernard. Board Member Bernard?
I have a question. Is Mr. McCann here or somebody from Transportation? What kind of buses are we going to replace these buses with? Are they natural gas or propane?
Let me get is Mr. Chester, are you here, or Andrea?
Ms. Bernard, I'm going to ask Ms. Suzanne Nava, the district grant writer, to answer that question. She's been
Okay, she's right
collaborating
behind you.
with the Transportation Department for several years on this.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Navo.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, these will be propane buses.
Propane.
And I found out today that starting in 2016 with our propane migration, by the end of this year, we'll have 143 propane buses, and then we'll add these 20.
What percentage of our fleet is propane after these are added?
So after these, there'll be 163 buses out of 600.
Out of 600, okay. When we do this, could we have a press conference with the head, the spokesperson for the Propane Association? They would like to do that with us.
Sure, that would be great.
If we can do that.
We have also won an award for being the biggest propane fleet in the state.
Okay,
So,
good.
yeah, that
Is
was
that a
last year.
recent award?
That was last year through
Last year, okay. I think we should-
Louisiana Clean Fuels.
Okay, I think we should highlight things like that in our district. That's some good news. So thank you very much. Okay, and I can help make the connection for the Propane Association. Thanks.
Seeing no other board comment? I'm sorry, Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. But first, I just think it's a great idea. I didn't have any questions. I'm just happy that we are replacing those fleets. And this is a grant, right? So there's something we're being awarded, so that's even better that we're doing that. I guess my question would be to the superintendent, and if you can't answer it tonight, that's perfectly fine. But I know when we went through through our strategic plan, we were talking about reducing our fleet amount. I was just curious about what, since we are getting this influx of new fleets, do we have any ideas around what we're going to do with our current fleet? Just curious. But again, if you all haven't made it that far in the process, I completely understand.
Yeah, we're working through just a couple of partnership things first. Board Member Lance, I don't want to get too far ahead, but I'll provide that information.
Seeing no other board comment, to the public, any public comment? Back to the board, seeing no further board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Now moving forward with item D2, Magnet Schools Assistance Program Grant, MSEP Grant, recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of a voluntary DSEG plan for the cohort of schools for the 2022-27 Magnet Schools Assistance Program Grant. Can I get a motion? Board Member Lannis, and a second. Board Member Howard. And presentation? Okay.
Good evening, Vice President Collins, Dr. Narcisse, and members of the board. I'm Teresa Porter, Director of Magnet Programs, and the purpose of my presentation is to ask for consideration to approve the cohort of schools for the 2022 Magnet Schools Assistance Program grant. So the components of the grant includes a district resolution and also the voluntary desegregation plan. This, a similar goal was approved in 2016, 2017 for the schools that are now in our 2017 cohort. So the voluntary plan focus is simply, there's no academic requirements. There are, the selection process is included in your information. And then there was a discussion about having parish, inter-parish enrollment in our programs. In other words, students in the parish of Baton Rouge. But that is one of those things that Mr. Shamblin and I have discussed that we need further clarification on from the state level. So for the magnet application, or rather the magnet grant, it is a discretionary grant. It's competitive. It varies, of course, year by year, or rather cycle by cycle, of how many schools apply. You can apply for up to $15 million, which is what we received in 2017 from Ms. Collins' district. Of course, the Department of Education is the the organization that approves the grant, and notification is typically September after the year of submission. Oh, okay. So, you know, we've been down this road a number of times. We've applied for the grant in 2004, 2016, 2017 we were awarded, I just mentioned that. We applied for 2021, and we did not receive it. There were only 9 schools, or rather 9 districts that received the grant, because this is actually based on funding from Congress. So the more money Congress allocate for this grant, the more districts that can be selected for an award. These are simply the schools that are currently, we're in our 5th year, and then I received information a couple of weeks ago that we will get a year of an extension, a no-cost year of extension. And what that simply means is that they're not going to give us any more money, but they will allow us to spend the money that's left over because of the pandemic. There are a lot of activities that we couldn't complete. So that year of extension is very, very important for us to continue sustain these programs that were moving forward before the pandemic kind of derailed a few things. These are the schools that are in the plan. They are Broadmoor Elementary and Broadmoor Middle, which is a site, Buchanan, and McKinley High School. What the best approach when you're applying for one of these grants, they're looking for minority group isolation. In other words, what school is in a position to be diversified? So the baseline, you'll have to go by the baseline based on October 1st. That's 71.4% our district is showing as far as Black student enrollment. Broadmoor Elementary is lower than that. Now, that could be a little problematic, but what we wanted to do was make sure that we had vertical articulation. So Broadmoor Elementary, Broadmoor Middle, of course, there are no facts there. Buchanan is 78.5, and McKinley High is 79.8. Another factor is to improve the academic achievement of all students in the school. So the SPS scores that you see on the chart, the intent is to get those schools to either a B or an A level. And then the proposed model, the only school that will be a dedicated model would be the proposed Broadmoor site. The other schools would be schools within a school. as we have for Park Forest, Forest Middle, and the other MSAP schools. So the submission timeline goes like this. In December, if the board so approved this desegregation plan, in December, we would have meetings with the schools. I've already spoken to the principals, so they are aware of this proposal at a very high level. But then you want to bring in, district staff, because you have to have advisory boards. You want to bring in external stakeholders. You want to make sure that everyone who has a voice can be heard during this process. In January, this is when we begin to write the grant proposal. And in May, May, that's when the plan would be submitted. Notification is sent to the district by the senator's office. Senator Cassidy, in fact, called me in 2017 if you're notified that you have received the award. So one of the things that's important, and I think it's important regardless of what program that we're talking about, is the return on investment. And based on the strategic plan, one of the focal points is to make sure that we offer choice that students and parents want for their children. Also, the talent pipeline. You may have seen news articles, it was all over the nation. In fact, that conversation even came up in Miami-Dade about the talent pool is very slim. So one of the things we want to do, we want to recruit and cultivate employees here, but also attract those who may not live here and they would want to come to Baton Rouge and teach in one of our schools. Community partnerships, that's also very important. And then the dual enrollment, that Brighter Futures career initiative that the superintendent has launched, that we want to make sure that McKinley High School and the EBR Conservatory, the proposed EBR Conservatory, would be a part of. And I do believe that concludes that presentation.
Board Member Dyson.
Thank you, Ms. Porter, and thank you for your work in our district. Very much appreciated. I have a question. So Buchanan Elementary School actually has already been combined with the UT site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And I know some of the students this year are with the UT students and some are at another location, but they're going to meet up with the rest of them. So would we need to put, if this is going to be for 2022, would we need to put the new name of the school, which was approved as McKinley Elementary, I think, or?
It would have to be included, yes.
So I'm just not sure Buchanan is the right word there.
And to your point, I had a conversation with Ms. Okonski earlier about that, and she brought that to my attention that it would be a new name for the Buchanan site.
Okay, so the backup has the Buchanan ES, but actually, in fact, the proposal will have.
So when the voluntary plan is approved, what the Department of Education wants to see is the name of the school. So since we're in this process of changing the name of the school, that can be corrected.
Or if it was going to stay Buchanan, I would think that it should say UT Elementary School and Buchanan Elementary School, one way or the other.
Right, or if we put the word proposed, I think that would pass muster.
Proposed McKinley Elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Thank you, Ms. Porter, for the presentation. I think my question may be more for the superintendent, but you'll feel free to chime in, Ms. Porter. 2 questions. Well, I guess the first part is for you, Ms. Porter. So I remember the last time that we applied for this grant, it was around what was happening at one of my schools, which is Questwork. And I got a lot of flack for like my pushback, but it all comes in good faith and good spirit and good intentions. So I'm gonna do that same push here. I know that this grant like is something that comes out every 4 years based off of the times that we've applied for it. I would like to see us as a district, and so this is a superintendent part, put together a magnet school master plan so that we know that based off of what this master plan says, that like when it's in route, we have a certain cohort of schools that are in the pipeline to get magnet school status. The reason that I ask is because I said this the last time, is that we're not guaranteed to get grants. And I always see us like make these grand master plans behind grants. But then when we're not awarded the grants, we kind of leave these schools to kind of just be left in the know of not knowing what's next for them. So we had some kind of master plan that lets us know like what's happening, because if we don't get this awarded or we're not awarded this grant, then where's the money to support these cohort of schools going to come from? Because then that's another cycle that these schools go without whatever necessary resources that we've identified through this grant application are necessary. So I would like to see us do some kind of master school, magnet school master plan, because it's very likely that over the next 10 to 15 years, which will pass Board Member Howard up on this board, that magnet schools is the way that we go in this district. And so having some kind of master plan to speak to our intentions around them, I think is important to just figure out how we move forward. Then the second point that I would make, it doesn't pass the eye test, in my opinion, to have this particular item as item number 2 with the grant. And then in item number 9, we're getting ready to approve the proposed Broadmoor Middle School site. So let's say we pass this item, and then we don't pass item number 9. Then what?
Then we make an adjustment. The goal is, Board Member Howard, is that our goal is to stay as nimble, because of the direction that, and I do appreciate your suggestion of pushing us, because we have talked about the role of magnet schools across the city. As you know, as a matter of fact, Ms. Porter, we've already been talking about a master plan for magnets across the school district, as we believe that magnets are important to expand across the city, not only in just particular areas, but also in neighborhoods. And so that is a direction that we're moving in. But if it does not pass, which I believe, or we are hopeful that it does pass, then we will just make a modification to that, but it won't, and just think through what are the next set of programs we will propose accordingly.
Right, which gets to my point of like the dire need. Again, we talked about this I think you've done a great job, Superintendent Ortiz, of like getting us to a place to where planning is a part of the process. But this is where, again, we see that planning or lack thereof kind of could be a red flag for us, because if we don't approve it, then like we have to figure out and cycle through like what is the next step or what is the next school. And I don't think that we can make an intentional decision without a plan. And so again, I would just push us to think about what does a magnet school master plan look like, so that we can plug and play, we can strategically make decisions, because it just seems like sometimes we make decisions off the no. And then lastly, I would just say that if you're going to have an item that is inside of another item, just combine the items. Thank you.
Thank you.
I concur with my colleague's sentiments, but I would actually like to push us a little further, because some of our school sites have programming and this amazing programming, but it doesn't necessarily have a magnet label. And some of it is arts and some of it is STEM or what have you, but again, not necessarily a magnet label. And I recall the superintendent mentioning one of the first things the superintendent mentioned was, I believe you may have tasked the chief academic officer with, because we were talking about at the time Park Forest Middle and some things on their campus. And the thing that was mentioned was getting us to look at everything in the district in terms of specialized, themed programming, and aligning them with feeder patterns and saying, oh, this programming exists, and it was great when teacher so-and-so was there leading it, but it's falling apart, or what have you. Or, people in the district didn't really know on the district level that teacher so-and-so started such and such, and bam, let's create a feeder pattern with that. And it goes to my colleague's point. If those things are taken into consideration when we propose a cohort for an MSAP grant, and I'm excited to see this. I'm always excited to see the MSAP grants. My district benefits very greatly, and I look forward to other areas receiving the benefit of an MSAP grant. But it does put us at a deficit in terms of leveraging our total package of resources across the district if we keep piecemealing. And this is this is not beating up on the current superintendent, so to say. This is a consistent theme from myself and several of my colleagues in, hey, let's make sure that when we put things forward, we look at the impact to the entire district and how we are maximizing our resources. And so I would encourage a programming master plan inclusive of magnet. This is an idea that I'm not insisting on because it's not my place. It's not my role as a board member, but we do have so much programming going on across the district, disconnected from each other. It might, superintendent, be a good idea, and again, I say might, staying in my lane, to expand or create a new office or expand the existing magnet office to be something like innovative programming. That way you have all your stuff under one hub, and it makes it easier for you to keep up with. Just a thought, again, trying to make sure I stay in my lane but still share a thought. Board Member Lannis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice President. And I know the superintendent won't speak on this, but I'll be the one to say that we had some very candid, open conversations around how the district looks. And I won't go into those plans because I know you want to roll those things out, but I do like the idea of that. And I think a lot of the things that you brought up just now, those actually came up in conversation. And like I said before, I'll allow you to roll it out. But turning to you, Ms. Porter, this is what I will say. I know last year when we went through this process, there were a lot of conversations, there was a lot of concern around understanding when those deadlines were. And I know I was one of those people that vocalized that, but what I can tell you today is this is much better. And I just give you an applause for that, because now at least we know exactly when those deadlines are going to be for December, January, May, and September 2022. So if we ever have any questions, we can come to you and ask those things, because now it's readily available to us. So I just wanted to just commend you on that. What I will also say is, after leaving the trip that we went on over the course of the last few days, my entire thinking process has changed in seeing where we can take our district. And I just want us to understand also the history of magnet programs. It came out of the desegregation era so that it can prop up schools that necessarily may not have students that want to go there. And I would only hope that the vision of our district is to put us in a place where not only are we getting back to neighborhood schools, but putting alignment, fully aligned schools within those districts so those parents have choice options. Because at the end of the day, that's all a magnet is a choice option. And we have to also understand what it is. In this day and age, you have to be able to compete. Every other school is competing with EBR schools. Now, I'm not saying compete in a way where it is was detrimental to each other, but at the end of the day, schools are competing with us to bring in families because they think they can do the job better than we can. So we have to do the same thing, and we have to prepare ourselves to be on track to do that. And I think that beginning to right-size the district and putting in those necessary programs, I think is going to put us in a place where we need to be. As I said before, I think you said it yourself, Mr. Soup, if you were not wowed by the things that you saw, I don't know how else you can be wild. And in seeing that there is so much potential in our district, and I just think that with these types of things, we are moving in the right place. And again, I just wanted to tell you, Ms. Porter, Thank you for bringing this to us. I don't think this is the end-all, be-all of this conversation. I think that all of the questions that were brought up, especially by my board colleague, Mr. Tremel Howard, they're beyond valid. They were spot on. But I did not want to miss an opportunity to tell you that we are right where we need to be in terms of where our vision is. And I think that's a good thing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Dyson.
Thank you. So I've realized that, okay, so when you change that name from Buchanan Elementary School, it will also change the percentage of black students and the grade SBS, because it will combine UT's stats with Buchanan's. And I'd like to get that spelled out correctly as well.
Okay.
I don't know if that can, do we know what UT is now?
You know? Okay.
Would you like for us to do a projection of what it would look like we've done in the past with those students combined, those test takers combined on one campus?
Right, because we already have some of them over there.
Correct.
And so we
You have
already
two
have
grades over
some
there
of
now.
their scores. And
Well,
then we
those-
have scores from the other
Correct.
site.
We can run a simulation and work with Ms. Porter on that.
And so it may not be a B.
It's
Do we
a
know-
lower score than Buchanan is, so we can run a simulation for you combining the active test takers on both campuses.
Exactly, thank you.
We can run that for you.
I just think it would be by the 2 weeks, by the regular board meeting, if we could see that line, that
We can work
entire
on that next
line
week.
as we see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Good point. So I would like to clarify a point. In 2007, the board approved, some of you were on the board at that time, the Innovative and Specialized Program. That was the official name. And what it did was put Magnet and Gifted in under the same umbrella. So that it does exist. Also, we are currently looking into a development plan to assess and evaluate where programs are needed and not duplicate, but to provide parents with choice that they want for their children.
Ms. Dyson, you finished?
Can you just kindly repeat what exists?
So the board approved, it was called the Innovative and Specialized Program. Mr. Sam was here at the time. He was the director, I was the recruiter. And what he did was to, Magnet and Gifted were under the same umbrella. And if you were, some of you may even remember, we used to have EBR Mania versus Magnet Mania.
Right.
Yeah, and that was because the programs were under one umbrella.
But we haven't done anything to pull them back together.
So from the last administration, it was separated. I don't know the details behind that, other than it was separated.
Yeah. Okay. And it'll be really helpful to see maps of, all of our magnet locations, large enough to really see. Because I think that would be, and dedicated versus within schools, school within school.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As we try to get to neighborhood magnets. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I see the superintendent, I want to ask one quick question before I recognize you, if you don't mind. That innovative and specialized programming, that was just Magnet and Gifted at that time. Was there any reason why, because what I want to say is, in my mind, it makes sense for Magnet, Gifted, Talented, and any other self-initiated programming that a principal or a teacher may have said, this is an amazing idea, and I just have extra energy on top of my job to make it happen. To just put all of that under one bucket But maybe that wasn't a good idea at the time, is the nature of my question. I mean, was there anything that came up to your knowledge that said, nah, that's not a good idea to put all of that?
So it was working, and as I said before, I don't know the reason why it was separated, but it definitely was working because I was responsible for the recruiting,
Okay.
the promotional, and everything for both departments. Hence, back to the EBR mania that we used to have.
Okay, but still, is there any particular reason why Manny, gifted, talented, et cetera, wouldn't go all under that innovative and specialized?
No reason at all. that
Okay,
they wouldn't.
all right.
Yeah.
And then Superintendent Narcisse, you wanted to make a comment or had, okay.
Yes, Vice President Collins. One thing I just want to bring, as we think about Magnet, Gifted, all of our programs beyond just today, is I know we are always thinking about decisions from a population standpoint of like numbers and buildings, but our goal is to really start looking not only as we increase choice options in the district, but to also look at it from a feeder pattern standpoint. Right? And I just want to make sure that we highlight that in these conversations. One of the challenges that I've seen coming to the district was that there was not always a clear feeder pattern pipeline. And I know that we talk about, if a school leader said they want to do this, let's do it. That is not always the best approach, as we just came from a school district that is doing it at the highest level. It's very more systematic and structured in those things. I think we should be more systematic. That's why I appreciate the board's comments. I heard around the MSAP strategic plan and some of these other things, which I believe is right on the direction that we should be going. And so I just would like to, as we're creating our map to show where programs are located and those things, just as we become clearer about what parents and families want in particular neighborhoods and areas and provide more choice options for them, our goal is to begin to start moving in that direction, that we're creating different sets of magnet opportunities for them in those particular areas and neighborhoods, so families can be able to choose us more for whatever that they would like for their choice to be. And so that is what you will see when we design our map and also the strategic plan. But the blueprint for success around that is very clear when you look at many districts that have performed exceptionally well. And our district has started to go down that road. I was glad when I heard Board Member Lannis said he saw that with his eyes. And the reason I was glad that many of you board members went is because you actually can see what it looks like in the future. I also am very clear that we can do it much faster than what Miami did or the other districts that have maximized that. And so I just wanted to let you know that that is what you will begin to see as we're moving that work forward.
Thank you. Seeing no other board comment, any public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment, back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item D3. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the following grants. ESSER 2, Action 2, Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Grant in the amount of $32,191,911. And ESSER 3, Action 2, American Rescue Plan Act. Grant in the amount of $677,532. Can I get a motion to accept the money? Board Member Board Member Lannis. And seconded by, okay, and Board Member Howard. Board Member Lannis.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Vice President. I'll be quick on this. I would just say my only request on this particular item, so that we can build more cohesion as a board, is that in the future, as we look into our ESSER funding, that we build alignment around the way that we're going to spend the funds. That way, all board members have an exact understanding of how we are approaching our fiduciary right as board members, and ensuring that our best foot is being placed forward, and just also so we can communicate those things back to our constituents within our individual school districts. I am very pleased to know that we have this allotment of funds that could be used and utilized to help our system. I think now we are in the perfect place to do some great things. But that's my simple request, and thank you.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Yes, ma'am. Would you kindly read back the A portion, just for the record, because I believe you said 32,000? So just
Yes,
for...
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the correction. So I will reread the entire motion. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following grants. A is ESSER 2, Action 2, Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Grant in the amount of $32,191,911. And B, ESSER 3, Action 2 Grant, American Rescue Plan Act Grant in the amount of $115,677,532. For clarity on the item. Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Thank you, members of the superintendent's team, as well as want to give a special shout out to Ms. Smith. As you guys know, I have been asking 1,000 times over about getting some kind of system in place to where we are properly tracking our ESSER funding. And so this has not been something that I've advocated on behalf of only at the district level, but the state level as well as the federal level. My fear is that we will see this large-scale investment in education, and 15 years from now, districts, states, and the federal government will not be able to measure the amount of impact based off of the investment that was given in education. And so I have pushed this district specifically to discover and create something that helps us monitor our impact. And so if we have to go back and change our line of thinking, like we can. One of the greatest things that I learned while we were in Miami is that superintendent talked a lot about assessments of programming, assessments of investments, to make sure that you're getting the return on those investments. So Ms. Smith, as well as members of the cabinet and Dr. Narcisse have been working on something that I believe to be true, that will get us to a place to where we can at least hold this money accountable and understanding what our impact looks like. So I look forward to that system being rolled out here in the future. I look forward to learning more about how we're being intentional with these investments, because 10 years from now, again, when I'm not on this board, I want us to be able to look back and say that this investment that came from the federal government was one that we can be happy about, that the impact that we had and the outcomes that we had for kids in this district. So I appreciate you guys for working on that over this last few weeks.
Yes, I absolutely look forward to that as well. Glad you all are working on that. I have a question around, I know the first installment of money we needed to provide the federal government with, okay, we accepting this, and we basically intend, it's not a set in stone concrete, but we basically intend to spend close to $150 million on ABC, XYZ. Are we preparing to do the same thing? Is that a requirement with each installment? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. And so when can we expect to get, a basic breakdown of what we intend to do with the $150 million? Oh,
We actually have a presentation for you, Vice
Okay,
President
thank
Collins. We anticipated your question.
We are. Good evening, everyone. Okay, so this is ESSER 2, Action 2, and it's basically the same amount
that we had in Action 1. You can see the indirect cost has been deducted, our administrative costs, and our total allocation is $25 million. So we allocated $8 million for early childhood, and this is a list of our initiatives. We have allocated funds for literacy coaches, pre-K teachers, and paraprofessionals. We are going to enter into a contract with the Baton Rouge Early Childhood Educational Collaborative. And this is basically what the department needs to operate early childhood. And you can see we have money allocated for travel, for materials and supplies for technology. So our next category is the core subject curricular. And you can see a list of all the initiatives that we have allocated funds for. And you see the amount, and you also see the sustainability column. So some of these programs we will continue in years, and some of the programs we will use general fund and Title I to support the initiatives. We are also, as you can see, we're using the federal dollars to sanitize our schools. And as you can see, the funding also provided you with the purifier. So all of our schools receive the purifier and also a temperature device. We allocated $1.6 million for our comprehensive schools for additional materials and supplies. And we allocated $2.2 million for Achieve 3000. And in the ESSER 2 grant, that will be funded for the 2022-2023 year, because this grant ends in 2 years. For our English learners, we allocated $250,000 for materials and supplies. This will be for like online licenses as well. And when the funding is over, Title III will be the funding source for this initiative. For our individual student support category, we allocated funds for 6 district-wide literacy coaches, 15 school-based literacy coaches, and when the funding is over, we have the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant, which we can apply for every year, and that will be the funding source for those positions. Our next allocation is for our other subgroups, and we've allocated $450,000 for the subgroup. That includes homeless, neglect, and delinquent. And also, we have students that are in foster care, so we are providing the materials and supplies for at the Ryan Detention Center. When the grant is over, Title I and Title IX will be the funding source to sustain the materials and supplies. The next category is our professional development for workforce talent. And as you can see, we've listed the contracts that we have entered into. We also will pay stipends and materials and supplies. And these initiatives will be sustained by Title II and by school improvement funding. The next initiative is for students with disability. And in this budget, we allocated part of the funding for our 504 personnel and for 3 of our content trainers that works with our ESS department. So when this funding is over, the 504 position will be funded by general fund, and the curriculum content trainers will be funded by IDA and general fund. Okay, oh, did I go too fast? Okay, the next category is the social, emotional, and mental health category. And in this category, we are funding 6 social workers and 10 nurses. And the tax plan, Proposition 2, will be able to sustain these positions. Our sanitation and training category, we allocated $2 million for this category, and this initiative will not be funded beyond the ESSER. We have there will be other fundings, like, whatever company, the vendor we engage in will provide most of the training supplies. Then the student devices and student connectivity, as you can see, we've allocated $1.2 million, and this is for Chromebooks and hotspots, webcams, and technology additional materials for our schools. The tax plan, Proposition 1 will be the funding source to sustain these items. And then we had to allocate $1.9 million to our charter schools. So this is our ESSER 2, Action 2. So next we have ESSER 3, Action 2, and as you can see what our total allocation is, minus our indirect costs and administrative costs, so that leaves us with $90 million to work with. So we have our expanded learning category, which is in this category, our initiative is for Smart Start and for our elementary enrichment initiative, which we will have over the summer. Our Smart Start initiative involved the extra day that we had in October. We're going to have one in April, and then we're going to have a teacher planning day in May. Our next category is the individual student support category, and as you can see, these are the list of positions that are being funded out of ESSER 3, Action 2. We have the math supervisor, and this is in year 2, that we will fund that person's salary, 20 math coaches in year 2, 50 alternative teachers, 150 content teachers, 20 art teachers, and 3 curriculum supervisors. So when the grant ends, approved salaries for teachers and personnel will be supported by general and federal funding. Okay, then, and this is a continued list of the personnel that we will be paying. We pay for 1 coordinator for human resources, 4 curriculum content trainers, 2 curriculum specialists, 1 academic person that is housed at Glen Oaks High, and we will allocate $3.2 million for extended academic support. And this ESSER 3, Action 2, you also see Achieve 3000, which we will fund for this school year and for the 2023-2024 school year. And then you see we're going to allocate funds for dual enrollment, junior achievement, and Dreambox. And these initiatives will be sustained with Title I and general funding. The next category is for English learner supports. Technically, the ESL instructional specialist is a general fund responsibility, but we are funding 36 ESL instructional specialists for year 2 out of ESSER 3 Action 2. Then our information and assistance to parents and families. Our initiative involves 1 project manager and 1 parent liaison. So when the funding is over, we will partnership with donors and also use general fund and Title I to sustain these positions. For our professional development in workforce, these are contracts that we have entered into. You can see the list of contracts and also the amounts. So this initiative will not be funded beyond the period of ESSER 3, Action 2. And then in this grant, we're also funding for 2 years, 1 504 facilitator. And after the grant is over, general fund will be the funding source for the position. Our last category is the student devices and student connectivity. As you can see, we allocated $1.6 million for touch boards for all of our schools, and then regular technology software, $1 million, technology materials and supplies, $3 million,
And this year, ESSER 3 will pay for the school app information for all of our schools. Oh, we do have one more, our indoor air quality. We've allocated $16 million, and this will be sustained with tax plan Proposition 1. And the last category is the improved educational compensation. We are doing a study for the district on salaries, and this is a one-time salary, and as you can see, the expense is listed in the allocation column. And we've allocated $4.8 million to our charter schools. That concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. And just for clarity, my colleague, what my colleague mentioned as coming to us regarding the ESSER funds information includes like return on investment type information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All of the board members will be receiving a copy.
Okay. And then look, thank you for the presentation. I just want to put, and this money is going to last us for a couple of years. It gives us a cushion to figure some things out as we getting towards a point in which the money is going to run out. And I just encourage the superintendent to start thinking in terms of, okay, this is a cushion. We can do the things proposed, but then we have to really start thinking early on, because this is a huge cushion that's going to be gone, and it's going to be hard to replace. There's a whole lot that just can't be shifted back to the general fund or what have you. And so then to start having a mind around what's your exit plan on, okay, the cushion is about to be gone. How do we transition from that? So, because it's one thing to say it, and I appreciate some thought going into, well, where will the money come from? But as we had looked at our budget and approved our previous budget, we know that we had to shift some things from our general fund to balance out. And that's just the nature of the beast. We have things pulling at us, affecting our general fund. And so we do have to, be appreciative of the cushion, but we still have to be mindful of that's going to hit, because that's what we looking at getting 25% of our usual budget added, and I'm just guessing, 25, 30%. It's a huge cushion that we're going to have some major withdrawal symptoms if we don't start tapering down. And so, and then look, I want to just, since we're talking about this ESSER money, other districts have figured out how to, and I don't know what the terminology is that they're using to make it legal and fit in compliance with the grant money. But I mentioned before I wanted a presentation, and I hadn't gotten it. I need, like Baker and some others gave some significant retention bonuses. Now, I'm calling them retention bonuses because, all over the nation, there are employee shortages. Our teachers have been saying for months already that it already feels like May. And it's not something that's isolated to this school system. Like, we got to figure out how to help, and everything is not based on money, but sometimes even just that show of appreciation and the act of be spending all this money, there is a way possible because people are seeing other people do it. If I was a staff member, I would feel slighted, okay? Again, it's bigger than a paycheck. It is about showing some kind of compassion and appreciation, and recognizing that we do have to fight hard to retain our people. Everybody's fighting hard to get people. And so we got to make an extra effort to say, hey, I know so-and-so wants you, but stay with us. And so I'm asking, and I'm making an official request in this moment for the next COW. We have a presentation on some possibilities of how we can utilize this one-time money for a temporary sunsetted retention bonus, or whatever the proper terminology is. Because we can't, whether I like it or not, we can't sustain a pay increase, a long-term pay, but we can justify and we can get out some retention bonuses, some significant. Don't come back here with no $500, because the other districts ain't do that. But at least in terms of, let's identify how these other districts have done it, okay? And then what are some possibilities that make sense specific to EBR? I appreciate y'all putting that on the December call. Thank you.
Okay, so with ESSER funding, it is an allowable expense to recruit teachers
Okay.
and to provide funding for retention.
Okay.
So with Dr. Narcisse, we can make revisions, and that's
Okay.
his call up to
Okay.
him.
Yeah, just how, yeah.
Yes, Vice President Scott, we'll look into that to see
Okay.
what are ways we can do that. I just do want to say this publicly.
Okay, all right.
I know the headlines say a whole lot of things on how ESSER dollars are used. by
Yeah, that's what I'm
different
saying,
parishes.
research.
And I
Give
just,
us
yes,
the- give
I
us the
just want to
facts.
say,
Yeah.
we, sometimes the headlines don't always match what is the reality on how those things have said. So I would leave it at least at that. But any legal way that we can
Yeah, yeah,
do that, we've been
absolutely.
actually having a lot of conversations about how to help for recruitment and retention and those things. So those are conversations we're having, but we will definitely look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's see, Board Member Dyson.
Thank you, Ms. Bethley. Great presentation. And I'm not sure that my questions, we might need others to come up, because I'm kind of asking it in a broader way as far as multiple funding sources. But in your presentation specifically mentioned literacy coaches. And it's quite interesting because of literacy coaches, math coaches, and social workers. I've just very recently had a conversation where we talked about if they were in every school, and so across the district. And so I'm asking, with all combined funding, and I know you're only specific to
Well, as
federal
my
funding,
colleague,
but
Dr.
I'm talking
Lash-
about like literacy coaches. Do they work with students directly? As well? Math coaches, do they work with students directly? And also, do we have a literacy coach and a math coach in each and every one of our elementary schools? And as far as social workers, do we have the appropriate allotment for student need and student count in each and every one of our schools across the district?
All right. Well, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Vice
You too.
President, board members, and Dr. Narcisse. You asked the question, do we have literacy coaches in all of the elementary schools?
Yes.
And the answer to that is no. We have literacy coaches in our C, D, and F schools, which they were provided through a grant, the CLSD grant, Comprehensive Literacy from the State Department of Education, allotted that money for those particular coaches, which is how we got those coaches into the schools primarily.
Can you elaborate for Board Member Dyson, Dr. Lashley, what are the supports for literacy for the A and B schools?
Sure.
And then also, are we looking at live data from our first quarter to see if that need has changed in any way?
Yes, so I would say to you, yes, we're looking at all the data, and I'll let Dr. Lashley elaborate. I would say it'd be too soon to begin to make a shift because children just took their first assessment, their benchmark assessment. I think as children take more benchmark assessments, which we've now, because it's a part of our system, we'll be able to look at those modifications accordingly. But I'll let Dr. Lashley elaborate.
In terms of the support that we give, even though the literacy coaches are only in those respective schools per the grant, we are providing literacy support to all our schools because it is a district-wide initiative. We're just using the coaches within our, within the grant to be those specific ones in the schools that work directly with teachers. But what we have done in an effort to make sure that all of our schools are serviced, whatever the grade is, I mean all the schools from pre-K all the way to 12, and specifically I'm talking about K-12 schools, is that we have what we call literacy liaisons. So we reached out to our schools that are A and B schools to ask that they send in persons for the training that we're providing for our literacy coaches, and that happens monthly. And so the same training that our literacy coaches are getting is also the same training that those literacy liaisons chosen by the school's leaders, the ones that come out, they also get that same training. That's one way that we support. And the other way is that in making school visits, we also go into all of the schools. We're looking at with our A and B schools because we know that even though they are progressing along pretty nicely, but we realize that there are pockets of students in all schools that need very intentional support. And so in an effort to do that, we're pulling out that data from those A and B schools, looking at potentially where those pockets could be. And we're providing somewhat of a concierge service to those schools, meaning that it won't be one size fit all, but for those schools that need specific literacy supports, we're going to provide those as well, while we continue to offer that intense support to those schools that have those literacy coaches.
Thank you. And I guess the same applies to math and then social workers. I would like to know that as well. I know very, very intimately that, and my belief is that we have always, since I've been watching it, had an unidentified population of students across the district who have dyslexia, dysgraphia, that is undiagnosed. Mm-hmm. And I know that the private evaluations are extremely expensive for dyslexia and dysgraphia and those kinds of things. So I'm trying to figure out what are we implementing that offers help with that identification and then to service those children in any of the schools. I know firsthand that a student can have dyslexia and make it through our dedicated magnet program or our traditional schools, but I know very well that it is a lot of times at the cost of thousands of dollars of not remediation, because these children can be high achievers, but outsourced training to deal and cope with their diagnosis and do it at a high level of achievement.
I do realize, and we've been talking about this in terms of, in an effort to service all schools, all students, in other words, for their needs. We are fortunate enough at this particular time to have a screener that actually gives us indicators of if students have those implications that there may be some situations with dyslexia. We are really focusing in on that. As a matter of fact, one of the monthly trainings that we had just last month, we focused on dyslexia. We are beginning to make folks aware of how to, especially teachers, when students are in your classrooms, how do you determine if there are implications that a student may have some of those situations that need to be taken care of. And so we've begun that training with our literacy coaches so that they can turnkey that training also with their teachers. And that is a series of professional development that we've already begun with our coaches. And so we are digging in deep with that one to start looking, because we know that we have many students that would need those kinds of supports as they endeavor to be successful in school.
Thank you very much for that. And then, I don't know, who wants to talk about the math and the social workers?
Good evening. Mr. Tapman in his absence, Board Vice President, Madam Collins, Superintendent Narcisse, and board members. Relative to math, we have a very different approach that we're using based on what we have to use. So we only have 19 coaches across 53 failing schools, or CD and F schools. So the approach here is to work with our teachers as a result of the money that has been afforded. Thank you to Dr. Narcisse and to the board for allowing the teachers to have the evening PDs 3 times a month. Some months a little bit more, a little bit less depending upon the month, but however, the teachers will be receiving, and the last professional development that was done by grade level, so that each grade level specifically relative to math would receive PD that's pertinent to what they teach. And so the feedback that we did receive was the teachers really, really enjoyed that. Through professional development is our way to address the concerns that we have around mathematics. We would like to be able to do even more to support all of our schools, but we are able to support them through the professional development opportunities that we are afforded, which is the evening PDs. We're also developing professional development opportunities by which teachers will have at their disposal through video to support lesson planning and some of the other concerns that teachers have voiced. So we've really been listening to what teachers are saying and what they're asking for, specifically around math and science. And I think that we really have a robust plan. We do have a numeracy plan that we are working on, and we do hope to launch that very soon, which is going to outline how we're going to address moving math achievement across the district for this school year and into next school year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Can I add one thing? Just Dr. Lashley, can you come back and just share with the board how the coaches, I think one of the questions was, how are the coaches being utilized? Are they working with only teachers? Are they working with only students? I think that was a question that you had.
Direct.
Just to make sure we answer that question.
So the coaches that are in the schools, the school-based coaches are working with teachers. And they work with teachers on a consistent basis with professional development to train the teachers so
During
that they...
the school day?
Pardon?
During the school day?
During the school day, during PLCs and other collaborative planning, they lead teachers through those planning times to help them with their instruction with students. They also observe teachers during the day. That's their main goal, is to go in, observe teachers, give feedback to teachers on how to improve their practices. They coming out, in fact, we just had training today. We had the training, we pull out the elementary coaches for 2 days because of the, for 1 day, elementary coaches and then the secondary coaches, training them around their specific curricular resources so that they can take those back and train their teachers to turnkey those. And that training is done through their professional development or their planning times during the day when that is allowed, or PLCs. And other than that, they offer that feedback to teachers. They are consistently going in and doing observations with teachers, doing modeling for teachers, and those kinds of things with teachers to help them with their teacher practice, leading their planning and those kinds of things.
It was my understanding that at the elementary level, they don't all get a planning period, that they even go to the lunchroom with them or have supervising lunchtime, that they don't have a full period like that at the elementary level. I hope I'm talking about history here.
Well, principals have built-in collaborative planning times, I think, for the majority of our elementary
sites.
Pardon?
At elementary level?
Yes, ma'am. At elementary levels.
Good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Good evening.
Hi.
So my question, Vice President Collins, Superintendent Narcisse, and board members, is always a complex one when it comes to supporting mental health. We have 6 district-level social workers that provide for students at Tier 3. There's 1 assigned to each region. But you also need to keep in mind, we have 12 social workers that are there as a partnership with Capital Area Human Services District, and we have 7 health clinics that have social workers. We've been meeting and planning out how to improve the rates of students who are getting the services with all our partners, because they will benefit, because the more students they serve, the more funding they receive, and the more social workers they can provide to the district. So we are planning and mapping this out. Now, how are we getting those students there? Dr. Narcisse and our leadership have moved the responsibilities of school counselors from testing in 504.
Yes.
The school counselors are the key pivot point at the school for the mental health support and for social emotional learning. We had, in this entire week, our school counselors gave data presentations where they looked at academic data, behavior data, social emotional learning data, and tiered students in Tier 1, 2, and 3. Tier 1 receives a universal. Tier 2 may be handled by a school counselor in a small group. It may be a problem with marijuana and handled with a eye care specialist. They may have a truancy issue, and we send them to CWA. All my areas have worked together and mapped out how this works. When we get to Tier 3, that may be a social work issue. So we make sure we send the referrals to them. We have a referral system set up. We have a line of communication. Anytime it's referred out, it goes back to the counselor, so the counselor keeps track of what's going on each campus. Ms. Dyson, do we have enough? You know I'll always ask for more. You know I will, but we're working to expand to the best of our ability.
Can you tell me what determines Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3?
Yes, ma'am. We have a rubric, which we have a paper rubric now. However, with accountability, we're building out an early warning indicator system that will be online. We have, yes, sir.
Could you explain to the board early warning indicator system?
Yes, sir. With the early warning indicator system, we look at things such as academics, their grades, test scores, discipline infractions, attendance, etc. Everything is based on social emotional learning. You have an academic side and a behavior side, and you look for indicators to see what tier they go in.
So it's not a school level tier, it's a student level tier? Like
Yes.
you might have Tier 3s and Tier 1s at the same school site.
Oh, yes, ma'am, absolutely.
So if I could just add, Board Member Dyson, so imagine that you have a child gets off track Once they get off track, teacher will refer them to, if whether they're off track because of behavior or they're off track because of they're not scoring well in their grades, they would get referred to the counselor or the group there, and then they would have a conversation about why the child's off track, not just one person, just a team of folks, and determine and say what are the interventions to give, whether you're going to give them an intervention for academics, behavioral, et cetera. If the way that the child is off track is, there's different categories of being off track and to determine their needs. So a tier 1 is an intervention you would do for any child that's off track. A child's off track, so you then can provide a low-level intervention support. If they determine, the team determines that it's more than that, it could be a more social-emotional problem or some higher level of an issue, it would move up to the next tier, tier 2. That tier 2 means they may have to do a referral, right, whether it's to the clinic or something like that. By the time they get to the tier 3, which is usually 5% of your population, could be the most severe, that's when it would be a referral to a specialist or those things.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One final question, it's actually a request. I know that a few years back, we started implementing a report, a critical incident report by school. And I'd like to see that data by school, if we can look at the critical incident report data for, say, the past 3 to 4 years and what that's happening at that particular school site. Is it maintaining about the same? Is it improving? Is it getting more concerning as far as the behavior that would create the need for a critical incident report?
So yes, we do still do a critical incident reports, which are usually when there's something that happens at the school. So we can get that for you. I'll have to talk with Andrea. What would that look like? But just wanted to, I just want to share that usually when you're determining that report, it's not stagnant because, kids move up grades levels when they either passing a grade or those things. And so what the report will share with you, if you look at it from a number of years, is you may be able to determine what's the major incident that continues to happen at that particular school, especially if you have a set of children coming from either the same set of communities or those type of patterns. Or you can also see what are the critical incidents that usually happen at that particular school, but it's not as stagnant as you think. So,
but it's trending.
You can see the trends in some way, at least at that particular school. But remember that our schools, depending on schools, we have school choice. We have a lot of different movement of that.
So as that is happening and these different dynamics are happening, you can see with this report history per school if those things are creating a situation where those critical incidents are moving downward or are they moving upward? What's happening? Because I like this real data, because then we know how to discuss it and how to answer people who are saying one thing. Are they in fact saying what the data is, or has that not taken place? I just want real data that shows what's truly going on.
We can get you the report.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Board Member Howard. Oh, that was the one. Yes, sir. Board Member Godey.
Yes, I would just like to interject that I am very happy that this type of discussion is going on, because to me it represents some of the progress that we've made, but also what I believe is the progress that we will make in the future. Now we're talking about how we are deploying literacy coaches, where a year ago we didn't even have literacy coaches. Now we're talking about how we're doing math coaching. A year ago, we didn't even have math coaches in the system. We're talking about comprehensive social emotional learning and how many social workers do we have in the schools and what kind of programs do we have. While I recognize we had SEL in the schools to some extent, but what we've done is greatly ramp those up. And we've also putting into systems for standardized assessments and things like that, because one thing I got out of Miami-Dade visit is that they have data on everything. And they have dashboards per student, dashboards per school, dashboards per teacher, dashboards for principals, and on and on and on. And until you have some comprehensive programs, you can't make the dashboards because you can't have common data across all of things. So I am really encouraged by this conversation. To me, more than anything else, A, it shows we're on the right track. B, it shows that we have a long way to go. But at least we recognize that that's the issue, and we're marching down that path. And I think have made a very good start of it because, again, these are conversations we weren't having a year ago. So thank you very much for the staff of all the work that you're putting into this. Thank you, Dr. Narcisse, for your leadership. Thank you for the cabinet that is driving this. And more importantly, thank you for all the teachers and workers out there who are making this thing work for the betterment of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Gode. And I do agree with some of what my colleague has just mentioned, but I do want to lift up something that I mentioned in Miami, and we have to make sure we do some serious asset mapping. And part of some of my concerns that I had expressed early on at the beginning of this administration was to the point of, yes, lots of work needs to be done, but we need to see what we have that we can build on, what we have that need to be scrapped, what is a rethinking, a redoing, a whole nother piece. And while we may not have called things people, literacy coaches, or math coaches, we did. It's not as if we just didn't have that function, because that's baseline in any school district. Now, we can make the argument that what we had was ABC, and we enhanced that function by doing X, Y, Z, but it's very dangerous for us to overlook, and I believe it's an overlook, not an intentional misspeak, to overlook what we have, because then we can't leverage what already exists to make it better. And I think we just have to be mindful of that. I originally wanted to speak on I was interviewed by the OMG girls, I forget the acronym, but some young lady leaders, young black ladies. I have a small group, and they are outstanding in college, some of them still in high school, at high-performing high schools. And one young lady mentioned, because they interviewed me and asked me different questions, roles of board member, why did I want to be a board member, and then specific things, because they're familiar with the system, because they are in the system, the school system. And so one baby mentioned that she's at Baton Rouge High, and she's learning to manage her stress. And so the general question was, what we doing in SEL? And so she spoke up and she said, one particular piece that you mentioned, Ms. Collins, that's being implemented is not implemented. It's not really, it doesn't appear, or they don't see full implementation. I say it like that. Now, I'm not mentioning this to poo-poo on what's being done, things being rolled out as new. I'm mentioning it to say that we need to get some student feedback, but also to lift up this particular piece so it can be worked on. One thing that they're doing is they're doing a daily survey, a daily check-in. But she said, because she has a lot of stress, and to be quite honest, oftentimes we talk about social emotional learning, we think about those babies that have behavior problems and everything at first. But at high-performing schools, those children are naturally anxious, so we should not pretend like there's nothing to see at Baton Rouge High, there's nothing to see at Liberty, there's nothing to see at Sherwood. There's plenty to see, because those babies really pushed themselves very hard. And so her concern, and I'm just mentioning this again, not to poo-poo on anything new, this is a new thing that's being implemented, but she doesn't see where there's follow-up. Okay, so if she having a bad day and she say, I'm having a bad day on Monday, nobody reach out to her on Monday, nobody reach out to her on Tuesday, you know, and so then, and that could be a, you know, you taking the steps of collecting the data, but is there a, you know, is it a school situation? Is it a staff situation? Is it a system thing where, okay, we collecting this information, what triggers us to reach out to the student? And then since I went ahead and mentioned that, they offered up the suggestion, and I told them I would mention it, so since I have the opportunity in this moment, I will, instead of send another email to your inbox. They would like to see some specific break times. And that's a great idea, I think. You know, I don't know if that's something that's a school building level idea. It should be a system-wide idea, just like the younger babies need adequate recess time. I'm all about power, you know, recess is power. But even in the older grades, some break time. And just as a point of reference, this is very popular in cultures and countries that we consider to be very high achieving. So I know about maybe a decade ago, I remember running across an article with the Toyota plant in Japan literally would turn the lights out for a few minutes. To us, that's counterintuitive to high production, but they realize you shut down for a little while, you can produce more. And others have found that to be true and have done things systemically on a countrywide level or in a company level. So there's some scientific basis, I'm sure, evidence-based stuff we can do to address the need for rest throughout the day. And I'll be quiet because we dragging on pretty long on this item. So item D3, we already went to the public. Okay, to the public. Seeing no public comment, back to the board, no further board comment. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
Oh, we just gonna send it in an email because we did, and I say that with love and compassion.
The motion carries.
Okay. All right. Item D4, professional service contracts. Recommended action is consideration of a request for the approval of the professional services contracts between East Baton Rouge Parish School System and the following. A, Presence Learning Incorporated in the amount of $50,000 to provide synchronous, individualized, one-on-one counseling therapy. And then item B, sub-item B, Deaf Focus in the amount of $18,000 to provide sign language services during the committee of the whole and regular board meetings. Can I get a motion? Board Member Gode and Board Member Lannis. Seeing no requests to speak, any public comment? Seeing no public comment, back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward, item D5, revenue anticipation note. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the resolution giving preliminary, just tongue-tied all night, giving preliminary approval to the issuance of not exceeding $35 million of revenue anticipation note of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, State of Louisiana, providing certain terms of said notes, making application to the State Bond Commission for approval of said notes, and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Can I get a motion? Board Member Howard, and Board Member Gode. Seeing no request to speak from the board. Oh, Board Member Dyson.
I would like to request someone come up and share with us. Last time when we did this, we did not end up having to actually put it into place. And I'm just trying to make sure that the viewing audience and we all understand what we're doing and, you know, likelihood kind of a thing.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. I have Mr. Jason Akers here as our attorney with Foley and Judell, who is assisting us with this process. We are taking steps to ensure that cash flow needs are met, thereby positioning the district to draw down on these revenue anticipation notes. If they are utilized, which we are sincerely hoping they will not be again this year, we are tracking cash balances on a weekly basis with actual numbers. We would pay them off immediately in January of 2022 as soon as our ad valorem taxes come in. As you know, ad valorem taxes are approximately 37% of our revenues. The amounts owed by FEMA remain significant and reimbursements continue to come in, but at a slow pace. Currently, the district is still owed approximately $14 million from the flood of 2016, as well as PPP from COVID-19. All district grants, inclusive of title, ESSER, and state funds, are all reimbursement-based, so we must outlay the expenditures and then wait for reimbursement, which we do apply for our reimbursements on a monthly basis. We are very prompt with that, but again, you still have to wait for the state or the federal government to give you your money. Local revenue transfers to charter schools are provided in equal monthly installments throughout the year. However, as stated before, we will not receive our property taxes until January 15th. So it's an outlay, a cash outlay earlier, and we're waiting for our funding. So what this does is it just allows us some stability in our cash flows if we need it. But we're hoping not to.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that we all understood that we are very hopeful and working towards not having to actually do them.
Absolutely. I'd rather be
Request them.
safe than sorry,
Okay.
but I never want to draw them down, no.
Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no other board comment, any public comment? Back to the board, seeing no further board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote. Please vote.
The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 6, D6, action, no, same. Okay. Okay, bond resolution. Consideration of a request for the approval of a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, State of Louisiana, of its not exceeding $35 million revenue anticipation note, providing for the terms and payment thereof, and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Can I get a motion? Board Member Lannis and Board Member Ware Jackson. Seeing no board comment, any public comment? No public comment, back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward, item D7, Oversight Committee, consideration of a request for the approval of the semi-annual financial tax plan update and the 2021 preliminary actual results for propositions 1, 2, and 3. Can I get a motion? Board Member Godey. Board Member Landis. Seeing no board comment, any public comment? Back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item D8, Oversight Committee, Forest Heights Academy of Excellence Expansion. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation of the Oversight Committee to modify a plan to improve facilities, technology, discipline, and compensation in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System tax plan to allow for the construction of a 6 through 8 grade configuration for Visual and Performing Arts Middle School facility on the existing Forest Heights Academy of Excellence property. Can I get a motion? Board Member Landis and Board Member Howard. Board Member Landis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'll be real brief. I just want to take a moment to remind us that upon voting yes for this particular item, it is only going to move it to the general meeting, at which time I will pull this item for further discussion and a presentation so that our entire board can see it. So I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Seeing no other board comment, any public comment? One coming up.
Good afternoon, Board. I think it's a disgrace that we're going to have to wait until the actual board meeting to actually find out more about this and have the presentation. Why couldn't we have it today? That's what the Committee of the Whole meeting is for, right? We're supposed to bring things up at the Committee of the Whole, allow the presentation here, and then if further questions we have in regards to that, then we can address it either today or at the board meeting. But why wait, constantly wait until that board meeting for us to actually find out information about such things? That's not allowing the public a real true opportunity to give input. Because you ask us for our tax dollars, but then we can't give input. That's also violating our right. Now, I know Forest Heights Academy is a nice school that's over in Glen Oaks area. However, we don't have a lot of children with disabilities over there. In fact, I love if our school board can make sure that we have the number of how many kids with disabilities are actually housed and getting an education over at Forest Heights. If we're not going to if we're going to keep trying to discriminate and not allow children such as mine who's getting upset because he can't go to a school like that, then maybe we should not have all these magnet schools. And maybe we should try to figure out how we can have children with disabilities be able to go to every school in our school system. That include these segregated charters too. So, again, Committee of the Whole meeting is for us to actually learn the information and be able to discuss. Then at the board meeting, we actually really push forward what we're gonna actually execute. This here, we need to actually make sure we can start doing that at these Committee of the Whole meetings. Thank you so much. You have a great night.
Okay, seeing no other requests to speak, public comment, Board Member Landis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Just want to take a moment to clear up a few things. One, this is not the first time that we've reviewed this item, and even if we move it to the general board meeting, we can still have the presentation tonight. In fact, I asked that we do the presentation anyway, but I do want to address something. I feel it's necessary to do this. I do not think it is necessary that we continue to pit our children against each other. That is unfortunate. that every single time we want to make progress on something, we're going to pit our kids against each other and we're pitting schools against each other. This is the very thing that we're trying to move away from, the very reason why we came up with a strategic plan so that we can touch all students. In fact, when we looked at the ESSER plan tonight, we talked about things, as you said earlier, Mr. Gaudet, that we have been talking about for years and we haven't been able to move on. For the first time now, we're putting therapists and counselors inside of our schools. That's not just for students that come from traditional settings. That's for children with disabilities also. I just think it's very unfortunate that we use opportune moments to try to speak on items to try to divide us. And let's continue to move in the right direction. We are on a pathway and a trajectory to do the right thing for our kids. And I just think it's very unfortunate that we use opportune moments like that to try to prop up situations for ourselves. But thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Lannis. Board Member Gaudet.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Vice President Collins. Is Ms. Okonski ready to give her presentation? Is she here?
Yes, Board Member Gaudet,
Yes,
she's here. She could do the presentation.
I would
if the
suggest
board
that she
chooses
go
to.
through her presentation quickly.
Okay,
We've
we can do
wasted a
that.
lot of time on other items, but I don't
Yes.
view this as being a waste of time, so.
Ms. Okonski, would you mind?
Thank you very much.
We'll do it right now. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. As an accountability team, we were asked to look at a couple of demographic questions related to this item. And so I'm going to talk you through a couple of those questions tonight. So if we can go to the first slide, we want to start with the current status of Forest Heights. As you guys know, Forest Heights is a magnet elementary school. It is an academic magnet. It has a current school performance score rating of a B. Historically, this has been an A or a B site throughout its history of the current accountability system. When we ran the enrollment report 2 weeks ago, it was sitting at 416 students. You can see from this chart the grade levels average between about 50 and 65 students per grade level. So the next slide shows the first question that we were asked to address. Where do the students, the fifth grade students, those who leave Forest Heights Academy, where do they typically matriculate to into the sixth grade? And so the pie chart shows you the major middle schools that are impacted or receive students from Forest Heights Academy of Excellence. Of the class of 65 fifth graders last year, 32 moved to McKinley Middle. So you may ask, how does that relate in comparison to McKinley Middle's student population? There are currently about 240 sixth graders there. So that represents about 13% of the current sixth grade class. 5 moved to Sherwood Middle, making up about 2%, because Sherwood has over 220 sixth graders. 1 moved to Glen Oaks Middle, 3 moved to Westdale. The remainder were spread out where it wasn't any identifiable school. The next thing that we looked at is what is the feeder pattern in this area, and where do students typically attend middle school? So based on the students who live in proximity to Forest Heights, we wanted to review the feeder patterns for you here. There are basically 3 elementary feeders in this area: Glen Oaks Park, Marydale, and Sharon Hills Elementary. If we combine the rising fifth graders from those schools last year, we get 115 students. But those students matriculated in various places. And so the sixth graders at the Glen Oaks High site right now only account for 96. Some of them came from those schools, some of them did not. Trend data shows that approximately 23% of the 115 noted above enrolled in district-authorized Type 1 charter schools. Another piece of data that we gathered for you with the help of Ms. Porter and her team is that historically Forest Heights has consistently maintained a wait list. And you can see the wait list numbers over the previous years. Obviously, pre-COVID, those numbers were higher than what we're seeing in the most recent years. So as I just noted, we see some inconsistencies in this feeder pattern. So the next thing we looked at was, where do these students go? And so we did a heat map of middle school students in grades 6 through 8. These are charter school students residing in the Forest Heights direct area. There are approximately 260 middle school students who live in this area as generated by this heat map. And I realize that this is a screenshot. We can get this data to you guys upon request. But it's looking like 260 students are currently in Type 1 charter schools who live in this area, not selecting a traditional district site in the middle school grades. So from the questions that we were asked, what conclusions could be drawn? As a reminder, Forest Heights is a 2-time National Blue Ribbon Award recipient and a highly popular choice with our families. It is a model that has done well and thrived over the years by the national recognitions and then evidenced by the wait list that we historically see. While extending the grade levels at Forest Heights may have the highest impact on McKinley Middle Magnet, Forest Heights students only currently represent about 13%. We looked at the last couple of years, the highest we saw was about 15. So it ranges between that 10 and 15%. Enrollment trends show that not all families within the elementary school feeders are currently choosing the Glen Oaks High Middle School program or the middle grades housed at the Glen Oaks High site, as evidenced by the heat map for the charter schools. So our piece in this was the demographic and enrollment data, and so we tried to give you a snapshot of this, and we hope that's helpful to you.
Board Member Godey.
Yes, thank you very much. That was kind of information we were looking for. And again, thank you very much. And we can review that again. You've had a good dry run, so you can give it again at the regular board meeting. But thank you very much, Ms. Okonski.
And then just quick question. I think it's a great point to point out the 260 that are in direct competition, that are in charters in direct competition with us is a viable option. But it's not going to work if we don't do strategic marketing, which is what they do to pull some of our kids. And so have we thought through a strategic marketing plan to specifically pull kids in?
Yes, Vice President Collins.
Okay, all right. And then if that could be included in the next week presentation.
Yes, we can include that. Can I add one more thing?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, for us, our strategy is to provide more choice options for kids. We believe as a school system, and I think it goes back to the magnet conversation we had, if we provide more quality choice options for kids across the city, we believe that that will not only help increase academics across our city, but also increase more different type of opportunities for kids. As you know, we all witnessed watching Miami.
Thank you very much. Board Member Dyson.
Do we have a current waiting list for the grade configuration that we have currently at? What was that number? The waiting list for K-5?
Board Member Dyson, are you asking if we have an actual waiting list for Forest Heights based on presentation? Andrea?
On the existing grade configuration?
Yes, ma'am, and this data comes from Ms. Porter's portal. For the 21-22 school year, it's currently at 21 students.
Are on a waiting list. And so we're not, we have 21 students that we're not able to get in, but yet we're talking about adding more.
So those students wanted to attend the K-5 site, but the classes were full.
They were full. So we haven't considered adding additional classes for the same grade configuration.
I would have to defer to the superintendent and Ms. Porter on that one.
So we're not servicing all who want to get in and qualify to get in.
She currently has a wait list for that school.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand. So now we're going to be adding additional grade levels if this passes through. But we can get them in, but not those 21 on the waiting list.
I'm going to defer to Ms. Porter for that one.
So, Ms. Dyson, all of our elementary schools have wait pools.
Right.
I was under the impression is that extending Forest Heights through middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th, there would be no academic requirements, even though it would be part of the dedicated magnet school, meaning those students would not need a grade point average or test scores to get in. And case in point, in 2019, McKinley Middle High School had 58 ineligible students for one reason or the other. If those 58 students could have gone to, let's say, the proposed Forest Heights for middle school, then those parents would have had an option.
So help me understand what we're going to do if we can't fit 21 more students in currently. What's going to happen to make us be able to accept a whole nother grade level?
So from what I understand, the middle school concept is only to assist with those students who cannot get into an academic-based program, but the parents want a visual performing arts model. All of our elementary schools have a weight pool, so that is across the board. I mean, we could consider from the perspective of the assessment plan of how we can meet these students' needs. But Forest Heights is just not, mutually exclusive of this issue.
I'm still don't understand what prevents us from being able to accept those 21 students, and how are we going to accept these other students? So, okay, so we're talking about the dedicated tax plan dollars for this site, and then what have we considered about, because we were going to do parking lot and theater. So now we're going to use it for additional classrooms instead?
That is my understanding, yes.
And then what are we going to use to sustain the additional teachers at that site? And because the tax plan will be doing the facility piece of it. So do we have an answer yet for how are we going to be paying for the instruction there in those other grade levels? Because they don't all pull from one place. So you don't like gain a teacher over here and lose one over here necessarily, because if you can't lose
you would shift them
part of
around.
5 teachers or something.
So let's assume that those 56 students decided that they were going to attend this proposed model. Well, then those teachers that were in another school, or maybe we would have to hire an additional teacher in order to meet those students' needs.
And
I hope
then
that's it.
not just one teacher, because you're going to have different subjects for middle school.
And that's correct. I was mentioning that there may be, one of the things that,
Ms. Porter,
staffing.
Can I add
Yes,
to that?
go ahead.
I believe, Board Member Dessa, I know you're asking these questions, but I believe from the beginning, Board Member Lannis said that we were doing the presentation for the public. However, we were going to make the recommendation to pull. Is that correct? That's correct. So therefore, I know you're getting to those technical, but based on what Board Member Lannis stated before the presentation, him pulling the item would mean that we would not be moving forward on this particular item at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I know you're getting technical.
Okay, well, I'm still going to want the information.
I
so-
understand. I just want you to be aware that
Yes.
you're.
I'm trying to just assess the sustainability of the model. And
So,
because I don't think they're going to come all from one and take a math, a science,
Yeah,
so
but-
just get that to me then.
yes, we can do it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Board Member Lannis, did you still need to
Yes,
speak?
ma'am. I wanted to add some context. A lot of the questions that Ms. Dyson is asking, a lot of those questions were actually answered the last time we had the presentation. One of which is what's going to happen with the monies that has been allotted. So there's $4 million that has been allotted already. Of that $4 million, when Ms. Judith did the assessment and we went through the oversight committee, it was shown that we're actually going to come in under the actual $4 million that is allotted. So we're going to come in, I think it was about $3.1 million to do the full construction. That means we had about $900,000 to $800,000 left over. So to Ms. Dyerson's question, when you talk about parking lot, those are the types of things that you would have a lot is still left over to take care of that. Or if there's any additional fixes that needs to happen inside of the actual school, that's what that would take care of. Now, when we talked about the theater area, we also talked about using shared spaces because Glen Oaks High School has a huge new theater, and you were able to come to the event. I think several of the board members came, and it was a huge success. And the school actually said that they like the auditorium and they want to continue to use that facility. So when we talk about theater space, that's already been covered. When we talk about parking lot, as I said before, I don't think you heard this piece, Ms. Dyson. We actually projected to come in under, so we're going to have about $900 to $800,000 left over remaining. So when you think about parking lots, that's what that money will go towards. And this will be into the full discussion at the general board meeting, which is why I made that recommendation. Because once you start the presentation, these are the types of things that are going to come out, and I didn't want us to be hung up on that. So over the course of the next 2 weeks, I would say ask as many questions as you have to. I'm not trying to get away from you asking questions, but I did want you to have absolute clarity around that. So thank you.
Thank you. It just kind of got distorted when we gave the presentation, and then that didn't lead to questions. And so I thought we were either going to pull it or we weren't, Thank you.
Okay, and then just one quick note, make sure as you, you mentioned the theater at Glen Oaks High. They will still need some enhancements because one reason why they recorded their performance was that the technology of the auditorium, and it's a beautiful space, and I agree with the concept of shared space because the schools are so close. It makes sense, okay? But make sure that they get the technology that's going to accommodate the aider needs because they don't have it right now. Just putting that on your mind. Moving forward, we already did the we did public comment on this item? Thank you. See, that's teamwork makes the dream work. Seeing no other board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Please vote. The motion carries.
Just a note to the board, we are down to 5 members. I know one stepped out, so we're right at the minimum
Okay.
for quorum.
Okay. Moving forward, item D9, Broadmoor Middle School site. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the reopening of the former Broadmoor Middle School site as a conservatory school serving students in grades 6 through 12. Can I get a motion? Yes, sir.
I would like to move that we have the presentation of this, but that we move this item to the regular board meeting without recommendation because the member representing that area is not here, and we're down to a bare quorum. So I'm all in favor of it, but I think we ought to move it without recommendation.
All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's, the presentation, please. Huh? I'm sorry. Presentation? Okay. All right. And as people are getting ready to prepare, I might as well just go ahead and do my little request to speak. People coming to y'all?
Presentation.
Okay.
Well, we're doing the presentation first.
Yeah, we're doing a presentation first. I hope I wasn't confusing people.
Good evening, board members, Madam Vice President, members of the board. We are excited to come to you about the proposed Visual and Performing Arts School that will be at the Broadmoor Middle site. Next slide, please. The vision for this is to develop innovative and specialized programs to meet the needs of all in the community. It has been said by many that a district of our size and a city of our size who have so many children that are involved in the arts in some shape, form, or capacity, it really makes sense at this time to meet the needs of those children who are artistically inclined to be better artists, as well as enhance children who are artistically inclined to be professionals when they get out of our schools, as well as to cultivate the students intellectually through the artistic instruction of a visual and performing arts school. The model for this school would be learning through the arts quite naturally, which we will use a conservatory themed type dedicated model, and partnerships that we'll have which will truly be dedicated, and it will be a audition portfolio requirement to get in, not a GPA requirement. Because as you know, there are several students who are talented, who have those abilities, but not necessarily everything that they need to have academically. And research shows that we plan to use arts integrated curriculums to make sure that both of these mesh to help those students be everything that they can be holistically as a student in our parish. Now, some things you're thinking about when you think about a performing arts school, and you might say that we already have a middle school which already has a visual and performing arts component. That is just from 6 to 8, but we don't have a truly dedicated school that is visual and performing arts moving from that. With the conservatory model, it would also enhance those talents of those students and take it to another level because it would be tailored to meet the needs of those kids who are truly talented. So I'm going to ask Ms. Porter, my partner in crime, to come up to talk about some of the magnet themes or the magnet parts of this performing arts program, how it relates to the visual and performing arts, and the academic piece that's at McKinley Middle. Thank you.
So McKinley Middle, of course, is academic based. They have sports, which the conservatory will not. Also, the talented component will be at McKinley, still at McKinley Middle. It will not be at the conservatory. McKinley Middle is a top performing school. It's been in existence for a while. Students who typically go there are on the college prep track. And the arts is more theme integrated than it would be specifically focused as it is in the conservatory. So the conservatory is going to be a looping model. So for example, if a student begins in 6th grade, they keep that same teacher, and we will call them deans, like a dean of theater arts or a dean of music. They will work with that same professional for their duration during their tenure at the school. So they will take core courses, but then in the afternoon, the focus will be on a specific discipline that we have identified, and we work very hard with community leaders who, one of the things they said that we need to focus definitely on a few disciplines, those that we can get off the ground like a win real soon, and those that will meet the needs of those students. Also, we are exploring using adjunct professors. So these are part-time teachers. And then, of course, dual enrollment would be a part of it. I mentioned earlier when I spoke about the grant about the parish-wide enrollment, which is an issue that we will have to resolve on another level. And then there's going to be a student connection. And what basic that is that we would like to start a summer camp. And the purpose of the summer camp is to identify students who have a propensity for the arts. They may not have the best portfolio. They may not have one of the best drawing that they can use as an audition. However, we want to give them opportunity to cultivate whatever talents they have. And then we also want to build teacher capacity. So teachers from all over East Baton Rouge Parish School System will have professional development opportunities to improve their craft. So this is not just about one school, one program. It's about taking the community, taking the district, and then moving everyone in a direction where we can improve the arts overall. In the center of the Venn diagram, community partnerships, of course, is very important, and also both schools have a visual performing arts. And then finally, it goes back to that centralized point of choice. We're giving parents a choice.
Next slide. Some people are, I think, understanding and going through, because we've had 5 community forums on this and listening to our community and those stakeholders within our community. Some are a little confused of the talented art position as well as the fine arts conservatory model. Some think since you have the talented art, then why do you need the conservatory? Because they both do the same thing, right? But they are a little different. And I gave them the chance to actually see it. I, as a child, would have loved to have a conservatory model because I was an arts child. I loved everything about it. I sang, I dance, no, I don't dance. I act, I tried to draw. But a lot of things that I would like to do was basically, even in project-based learning, was basically through the arts, because that's what my passion was. You do have students that are talented, and as I have a nephew who is truly talented. He is a master on the piano, but that is not his priority in school, not for him or his mother. His priority was his academics, which has led him to UCLA for a 4-year full ride this year. But he can play the piano beautifully. His mother was concerned about him having the extra attention so he could actually build that skill. But again, as I said, the priority was the academic piece. And that is a great way for students who are talented to continue to stay that way. A student of the conservatory would be one who would want to be a lifelong learner of the arts, be it professionally or be it just as a lover to make sure that they are intellectually sound and cultivated in the art component itself. Next slide. Return on the investment with this would be very, very, very good for the district. The specialized programming will create an attractive and innovative choice option for students, particularly those who are artistically talented. The talent pipeline would be very advantageous to our city because these students will be a part of our city now, which is becoming even more rich in arts in our whole entire community. And hopefully they will stay in our community and give just as much back to the city of Baton Rouge. The collaborative partnerships are going to be amazing. I wish you could see, and hopefully they will be here on that Thursday, the advisory board that we have put together from all arts aspects in the city of Baton Rouge. I think we have a total of 15 members who are a part of that, and they come from every area of the arts that you could imagine. And the dual enrollment piece that we are working on is very important because now we are looking at making sure that those students have a rigorous academic curriculum, but also be able to do those dual enrollments in those academic pieces, but also in those arts pieces as well. In fact, I have a meeting next week with Southern University and probably the other two, if they come on, to talk about how that dual enrollment piece will look in the arts to see if we can move on with at least an associate degree in some type of art major. Next slide. Learning through the arts, as I said, for us at the conservatory, or I'm sorry, at the School of Arts, it would be truly an academic and arts integrated curriculum. It would be collaborative in all aspects from teacher to teacher, student to student, community to school. And also, what I really like about this is the opportunity to have those part-time residencies where we can have those adjunct professors to actually come in from our universities to teach our students too as well. Next. The rigorous academics will continue to be at the forefront of this school too as well. All the wonderful things that we look forward to our students having from 8th to 12th grade would still be there. The college prep, the honors, the advanced placement, the dual enrollment, the internships. And it would be interesting, and I can't wait to see the internships, how they can be in a professional setting as well as a artistic setting. Next. The proposed pathway, we had about 15 creative pathways that we wanted to do, because when you give me something, I'm going here, oh, we need this, we need that, we need that. But talking to our advisory board through the arts, and it does make sense to keep it simple. Let's get our feet wet. Let's get these things that we know we do well right now and make sure that we have those at the forefront of this performing arts school. So we will have 4 pathways, which would be music, which would be instrumental and vocal, theater arts, visual arts, and dance. The staffing needs will also contain the core teachers, but how we will set this up is in conservatory model, where we will have 4 conservatories, a dean in each conservatory who will be responsible for curriculum, for also planning, as well as advising students as advisors, as well as directing the faculties in those conservatories. Next. The additional conservatory goals and initiatives is the laboratory learning. As Ms. Porter said, we would like this to be a lab school for the teachers from the entire district, for all of our teachers in the arts who would be able to go to that school to learn to bring new practices, data-based research into what we are doing to make sure that we are doing what we need to do for our students as well as our teachers, not only at the conservatory, but at every school in the district when it comes to the arts. We want to do summer camps, as Ms. Porter said, but we also want, and the superintendent has made this clear, that this conservatory is not for just those kids who walk through the doors. This conservatory is for every student and parent in the community. These summer arts programs will also be for all kids in EBR. If you want a fun art summer, this is the camp for your child, regardless of what school they attend. Also, we want to make sure that we have an opportunity for these kids to take lessons in the arts, piano lessons, vocal lessons, visual arts lessons. These lessons will be at the end of the school day for any child in the district at a minimal cost, hopefully, that we can make sure that we pay the staff who will be able to take care of that for our kids. It is interesting that this is coming up right now because I hear from so many parents who want their kids to have that individualized instruction or those opportunities to have those lessons, but it's 2 things. It's either money or they don't know where to get those lessons or who should they trust with their children with those particular lessons. Now this school, this performing arts school, will be able to do that for every child in the district, regardless of what school they go to. Master teachers, renowned artist professionals, teaching classes to enhance artistic and professional skills needed to conservatory students, and collaborative performance opportunities, performances with other arts in the arts community, with the symphony, with the Arts Council, and however that can happen. Organizations within our community and other schools as well. Collaborate with other schools to have full performances, which they can collaborate and work together, regardless of the school in the district, as well as work with any other art professional that would like to come on and give us some of their talent as well. Now, this is the application process. Hopefully, Ms. Porter can explain that to you, how that will work.
So the application process will be in tangent with the opening of the building. So we will have 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Based on the numbers that we've massaged, we're talking about 145 students per grade level, and then we'll continue phasing in. One question came up about having ninth grade students in addition to those middle school kids. And one of the things that we heard when we were in Miami was that you want a cohort, that middle school cohort to be, to get to know each other, to set up a culture. So by the time the ninth graders, well, those eighth graders become ninth graders, you'll have like a foundation set, the expectations are there, and then students understand what the program entails and what the expectations
Ms.
are.
Porter, can I just add one additional thing in front of you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The other addition I just wanted to add, because we will also have other performing arts schools in the city, like McKinley Middle and those things, they will also have the option. We will look to make sure we allow seats for them as well as they would transition in, because that school ends at the 8th grade. So students who are within those feeder patterns or want to focus on conservatory arts will also be as inclusive into these cohorts. So we can have, think of this as our Juilliard of Baton Rouge for conservatory arts.
Thank you.
I think there's one more slide there. That could be it.
That's it? Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, and I know we be moving forward with our recommendation, and so the only thing I want to see in the future presentation is a consideration of cost, and you know, how we gonna fund it.
Yeah.
And that's all I had to say. I'm not gonna ask a gazillion questions right now, because, Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Excellent presentation. And I just want to say, I'm voting for it regardless. This is what our students need. This is what our community needs. And I also want to press on something else. I think that, just going back to the other item, not that I want to speak off the item, but I think that having a school like a Forest Heights performing arts school, it also props up a school like this, because those students would then have an option. They can choose either to go to Glen High School, or they can choose to go to the conservatory. Nobody should be blocked out of this process. I love the idea of it, and I think that this is only the beginning of the things that we can do as a district once we put our minds together. Thank you all.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Thank you guys for the presentation. I am just going to briefly tonight, because I will probably to have more details about it when we come back for a full board meeting, uplift that I would like to see again. Like, I think nothing in this district, and we've seen it over time, we have a lot of great options for a lot of great people. But if you really get into the nuts and bolts of things and start to really look at like our demographic data and really be intentional about disaggregating some of this data, we'll see that we still have an issue with equity in this district. And so what I would like to see is the equity plan, and as it relates to the school, like, what is our plan for equity and making sure that it is truly an inclusive environment for all students. I also have always uplifted that I think that we can do better about how we nourish our families in this district when it comes to application processes. So when you guys present in 2 weeks, I would like to see a detailed research plan of what it's going to be for the selection process. Who is on the selection committee? How are we thinking about who's a part of the selection committee? What is the scoring going to look like? So those kind of things, because I would hate for us to uplift another school like this and we still are not intentional about our equity position in this district. So just want to uplift that. I've been uplifting this since the beginning, so look forward to continuing working with you guys on that piece of it. Thank you.
That's truly important to me too, the equity issue, to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be a part of the school.
Yeah, that summer school piece as an opportunity to identify it, I think is smart. Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, ma'am. I had a couple of questions around some terms that were used earlier. What is looping? And then there was a mention of inter-parish, I think it was inter-parish enrollment or something like that.
So looping refers to an educational concept principle where a student stays with the teacher during the course of several years. So think about it in terms of, let's just say if it was 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, which is really what we're talking about, that student will stay with that teacher through their entire process. And so the teacher knows them, they knows their strength, they know their weaknesses, and accordingly they can create interventions to help that student academically and with whatever art form that they have decided that they want to pursue.
Okay, that's good, thank you. And then the other piece about, was it I don't remember exactly how.
Okay, so.
But it sounded like we were reaching beyond our
Yes,
district.
yes. So when I gave the presentation on the MSAP grant, one of the things that the Department of Education wants to see in other districts, other states have pursued this, is to allow students who do not live in that attendance zone, or rather that a district, to apply and get into those programs. They feel that that's a way to increase diversity and to bring new students in. The problem, and I'm using the word problem with air quotes, okay, with that is that we have to make sure that it is aligned with the state policy, and then it goes from there to the district. So as I said earlier, Mr. Shanley and I are working together to make sure that we determine what that correct language is and whether it can be legally done.
So you just need to do a little deeper dive on that.
There is something on the books at the state level, but I'm not really sure about how exactly it operates. So that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, well, I like that idea of specialization, and I like that you're not doing too many things in the beginning so that you can really do some things very well. And I really like the idea of sharing some of the benefits, you know, like through the summer camps and, you know, other things that kids from different schools can actually make, you know, improve their skills in, even if they are not in the conservatory.
Correct.
So I do appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you. I really like the idea, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Board Member Gode.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Just to echo a little bit about what Board Member Howard was saying, and you and I have had this conversation multiple times. I really do appreciate the fact that it's the entrance of this is going to be judged on potential, not on current capability, because many students haven't had a chance to take dance lessons or piano lessons and things like that. And I don't know if we have to get quite as specific about exactly the score sheet and things like that, but you know, we do have an example today with the Baton Rouge Center or Visual Performing Arts Center, and I'm looking at their numbers now, and they're above 6% African American, and so you know, I think in listening to the Miami-Dade story, what they did is they very much targeted their publicity and things like that, and use that as a way to get the diversity into their system. So it wasn't artificially applied. They got the diversity by creating the demand. And I think that's a very good approach to go to. But I do think you ought to have some sort of targets, and I'm not going to say what that target should be, but you know, that target should be 60%, 65%, or whatever. And not that that's necessarily a hard and fast rule, but if you're not reaching those targets, what are you going to do about it? You know, that sort of thing. So I commend the program. I think it's very well thought out. After what we saw at Miami-Dade, it makes me jealous that we haven't had this before. And, you know, it's the kind of thing that we just need to get on the boat and get it going and make it happen. Our students deserve this. You know, we can't let another year go by with grass growing under our feet. We need to make this happen. So thank you very much for all of your efforts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other board comment, any public comment? Yes, sir. That particular podium is for staff. Thank you, sir. No problem.
Well, this echoes why my mother said this evening when I told her I was coming to speak to you, was somewhat amazed and said, Ralph, it wasn't that long ago Miss Thibodeau sent a note home and said, "Joanne, Ralph's hit rock bottom and started to dig." Good evening, Madam Vice President, Superintendent, esteemed board members. Thank you for all you do. I know very often you must feel like you work very hard and get nothing but criticism. I know you are an integral part of our community. We thank you. I'm Ralph Bender. I am here tonight as the third string, as the chair-elect for the Arts Council. Our CEO, Renee Chatelaine, who should be delivering this message and would be much more elegant than I, had a little medical procedure today and couldn't be with us. Mahatma Gandhi said we must be the change we want to see. I applaud you, the Arts Council applauds you for your innovative and visionary approach to where we are going with the arts. As a businessman in the community, I know we often talk about the arts in terms of a quality of life, how we live, not what we do. But the fact of the matter is, having been involved with arts organizations like the Manship Theater and the Symphony long before I became involved with the Arts Council, the arts are a big business. Investment in an arts conservatory will lead to a sizable return on investment due to retention of talent, recruitment of master teachers, professional artists. If you look at great artists who are from Baton Rouge who have left to go elsewhere and made their mark, perhaps they would be here if there were more opportunities like this. It will elevate the artists and master teachers who live in Baton Rouge, but whose work could be expanded. It will also help mark Baton Rouge as to outside communities. It will help as a businessman in being involved a little bit with economic development. I can tell you recruiting executive talent to Baton Rouge will definitely be more successful with innovative school offerings. Parents' choice will now include a quality place for arts education and creative workforce development. The school has the potential to draw students from outside the district because of its unique offerings, especially with advanced placement and college credits earned during high school. The school system has the potential to be a catalyst for revitalization in retail, housing, and other business systems. On behalf of the Arts Council of the Greater Baton Rouge area, we applaud what you are doing. We unanimously, as an organization, support your mission here. And as the old Chinese proverb said, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other, seeing no, one more public comment?
I want to first and foremost take a personal opportunity of privilege to thank Board Member Howard for his comments, because I echo those sentiments about the equity. If Corinth, my lovely son, would like to attend this school, he would have to travel 43.4 miles to get to Broadmoor Middle for 6th through 12th. Now, thanks to Board Member Ware Jackson asking about the inter-parish part, that means 150 slots could be given out to other students that do not live in East Baton Rouge Parish, which means he would again be put probably on a waiting list or not actually be able to attend. Because we do know that this school, if it's approved, will not allow children with disabilities to attend. I mean, after all, we do not test our children with disabilities to see if they are twice exceptional, gifted, and talented. We discriminate against them. I'm asking that we do these Kaufman tests, but I'm also asking that if we're going to create a school like this, Why can't we have these programs at every school? The students at Woodlawn, I'm quite sure would like to go, but they can't. Because again, that's going to be 43.4 miles for them, too. I'm asking that we look at a way to make sure that we just have programs for all the kids in their neighborhoods. I know that Crestworth Middle just opened back up. Crestworth Elementary, I'm sorry, let me correct the name. But one of the reasons that Mr. Howard fought so hard for that school to open up was so those children would actually be able to go to a school within their area with the same programs. Equity is one of the things that Dr. Narcisse has talked about a lot. I didn't hear equity when we talked about this program. I'm just asking that we make sure that we allow all children the access. I know the Art Council should appreciate that I'm saying that I want art at every school. We have 83 of them. That means over 43,000 children could be culturally developed to be able to know the difference about Van Gogh and Pollock and anything else dealing with Juilliard and everything and any other opportunity. Give them that opportunity. Give them a fighting chance. But let's not do what Mr. Bell, our new transportation supervisor, agree with. Let's not have to bust them all across this parish. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other public comment and seeing no other board comment, Madam, request to speak. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Ware Jackson. The motion carries.
Okay, I need to go ahead and call a recess, a 5-minute restroom break. I don't have a backup system, so I need to recess 5 minutes, starting at 8:41, and we shall return promptly at 8:46. All right, it is time to get started. I know some people had to return some phone calls and everything, so let the sound of the gavel, they should be able to hear that in the other room. And let's go ahead and get started. Oh, well, we don't have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Okay. So let's move forward with item D10, Charter Contract, Great Hearts, Louisiana. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of a charter school contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Great Hearts, Louisiana Incorporated. I have a first by Board Member Dyson and a second by Board Member Lannis. And I just want to make sure I mention to the public, when they come up for their turn, that it's already been approved to open the school. This is a contract for all parties to be held legally accountable, and I'm going to keep the comments germane to the contract itself, not that we should not have the school, because that's over, okay? And I love y'all to death. Okay. No, I was just making us, just have a little seat right there. We coming for you. Okay, so I see we have a first by Board Member Dias and a second by Board Member Landis, and I don't currently see any requests to speak from the board. And so now, to the public, so I was telling you, just have a little seat right here in this main room. We was coming for you.
My apologies, I was afraid I was going to miss after waiting all that time. My name's Tanya Nyman, and yes, I'm actually here to talk about items that I think we should put in our contracts, and not specifically necessarily exclusive to this school, but any contract. And
Okay.
by the way, I don't think this means that I support the approval of additional charter schools, but if we are going to give these contracts, there's a number of them. I won't get through all of them in my 3 minutes. But I certainly think that we should consider adding bargain purchase options to the charter contracts. For one thing, many people don't realize that the Louisiana Charter School Law does not stipulate that public funds used to purchase or to acquire property. It does not stipulate that it's public property. So it allows for private entities to gain assets using our public taxpayer funds. In the real estate, the way this works is that the charter management organization will enter into a real estate agreement with a real estate affiliate. The real estate affiliate purchases the building and then leases it back to the charter school. So our tax dollars perennially pay these leases, but we never end up owning the building, even though we effectively purchase the building, like we pay for it. So if we had, ultimately, the state law needs to be amended so that we can eliminate this, and we can once again ensure that public taxpayers are actually receiving the benefit of their tax dollars. But until then, the local entities should consider adding this bargain purchase option. That would mean that after we've effectively paid for the property, that we could then own the building. Right now, lots of people may see around town all of these new charter schools popping up with the brand new facilities, and what they need to know is that through the lease agreements, our tax dollars are paying for the purchase and the building of paying for the construction of those buildings, but at the end of the day, we aren't going to own them. So it is kind of a modern day version of redlining, by the way in which a majority-minority community is having its assets and its tax dollars siphoned out of the community for national and multinational corporations to profit. Do I have, how much more time? 30 seconds. The other one that people could do is that many people don't realize that charter schools aren't required to hire certified teachers. But again, in order to make sure that all of our charter schools are in fact hiring certified teachers, we could add that to our own local contracts. And that way we can ensure that children are getting the best quality of education that possible. The other thing that people need to be aware of is that charter schools aren't required to participate in the teacher's retirement system.
Thank you
catch you
very
on the
much.
next one. Thank
I
you.
think we knew where you were going with that one. Appreciate your time.
I first and foremost got to thank Ms. Tanya Nyman for that comment, and I'm going to finish what she was trying to say. They pay those teachers, but they don't offer them no retirement, and we keep covering that cost. See, Board Member Howard, I can't look at you while I'm talking right now, because I'm trying to be serious. The charters, we need to put in a contract that they're going to have a percentage of students with disabilities, because we know that they like to discriminate against those children. Additionally, we need to put in the contract that if they're going to wait until October 1st to want to put those kids out, that the money follow the child and come back to our school system. It's too many times that they like to put those kids out after they get the funding, and they come back to us, but we can't financially educate them, and we violate FAPE. Make them have to give us our money back. That needs to be added in the contract. Last but definitely not least, make sure that it's in the contract that those charters and they staff have to go through every single training, professional development that our superintendent has forced upon our own staff. They're going to be a part of our system. They have to abide by our rules. That's the game we play, right? Mentorship, CSAL Madison Prep, J.K. Haynes, the list go on, the New Idea, the Helix. All of them are ours, right? So let's make them follow our rules. We need to know the actual numbers. I know Dr. Narcisse like to collect data. Collect the data on that school. Make sure that they do not charge these parents for those textbooks. They have a history of doing that. They have a history of charging them for ebooks, and those kids can't use them. I know if my child was enrolled at that school, he definitely wouldn't be able to. Make them provide those accommodations, and if they can't, make them have to pay us extra for us to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. A quick question. I thought that was pretty interesting, the concept of, can we get FTE dollar reimbursement, the MFP reimbursement? Especially if it's our charter, then we have access to the data. You didn't send these babies back. Like, can the language be, we encourage you keep your child for the whole year? Sometimes things don't work out. Fine, if they come back to us, if they need to come back to us, can we claw back or request a reimbursement of our missing dollars?
Yeah,
We ain't gonna get, they ain't gonna get the letter grade. We gonna get the letter grade and we gonna lose the dollars. Is that something possible?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Actually, Ms. Boudreau, myself, Dr. Williams, we've actually talked and met and communicated with a number of charters where students return to us, and we actually have agreements whereby when the child returns, the percentage of MFP will return with that child. So that's already in place.
And that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I'm not asking, Okay. Board Member Howard.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly what
Okay.
Attorney Shamlin just said about the MFP money, and also it's just so many misinformation. And so what I would encourage folks to do is that it works both ways. There are kids who go to the system, who get put out of the system, who go to charters, kids who get put out of charters, who go through or come back to the system. Again, as my colleague has encouraged again, at the end of the day, these are all our kids. Parents choose to send their kids to whatever school they choose to send them to. So I wish that our narrative and our advocacy could be about doing what's best for kids no matter where they land in this district or where they land in this city, as opposed to trying to pit each other against each other. We've been doing that for the last 25 years. Charter's not going nowhere, the district not going nowhere. So we could do better to figure out what is best for students. And if you're going to be an advocate, a fierce advocate, make sure your information is correct.
Board Member Godey. All right. Seeing no other board comment, I could, but I'm not interested. Some very valid points that my colleague did make, but there is, and people do need to come make public comments with accurate information. But we'll just leave all of that there. Seeing no further comment from the board, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Moving forward with item D11, charter school contract extensions. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of a one-year charter contract extension between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following charter schools and operators: A, South Baton Rouge Charter School, and B, J.K. Haynes Elementary Charter. Can I get a motion? Yes, sir.
I would like to move that we refer this to the regular board meeting without recommendation, and particularly since we only have 6 members present.
All right, I have a first by Board Member Gode and a second by Board Member Lannis. And seeing, there's no request to speak from board, but Board Member, General Counsel Shamlin, I had some questions about this, and if you could just explain, you had sent me an email with the language that's currently in the policy. Explain the difference between what an extension of 1 year would be versus an actual renewal.
Right.
And then the dynamics that compelled this particular agenda item.
Yeah, so essentially a renewal of a charter is just that. It's issuing to that school a brand-new term, full term for charter, which under our policy is 4 years with an optional 5th year. An extension is merely an extension of the current contract, which would be, in this case, 1 year. I did some reading, and under the section on extension, there's actually an option to the superintendent to recommend to the board under certain conditions that we extend the contract for a charter school by 1 year. One of those conditions is when a school doesn't have an SPS score in its 3rd year, which isn't exactly the situation here, but the spirit of such is that when a school doesn't have a score by which you can measure its performance, you give it an additional year to basically get itself together and provide additional data and information to make a more informed decision. That's number one. Secondly, there's an option for a 1-year extension when a school fails to meet policy requirements, which you could argue is also the case here. And so in light of the state's approach to waiving SPS scores for schools, the superintendent, I don't want to speak for the superintendent, he can speak well enough for himself, but I believe it's his intent to make a recommendation here to give these schools a 1-year breather, which extends their contract by 1 year. We would bring them back in January, a year from this coming January, for a renewal consideration. And so this is merely a 1-year extension recommendation.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Attorney Shamlin. And I was just going to say that, the state hasn't made like a recommendation as to what they plan to do in this case because of the waiving of accountability as it relates to test scores. So I do believe that we should be proactive about the decisions that we are making as it relates to these schools. I don't know if next week the state's going to decide, hey, this is what you should be doing as district levels. But I do believe that we should be thinking about something because there has been talk in previous conversations where they were just trying to give like an automatic renewal of the original terms, which is 3 years, which I don't think is fair to us as a district because we have no way of holding them accountable based off of SPS. So I do think that it's a good idea that we take some action, and then if the state requires us to take different action, then we'll have to deal with that when it comes. But we do need to do something as opposed to just having the schools in limbo, families in limbo, while decisions are made. So I just wanted to lift that up, that it could change, but this is a proactive approach to something.
Board Member Gode.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Shamlin, you mentioned just now that the vote could come up in January. Could you go through the timeline of when, if we did this 1-year extension, when would the actual renewal discussion come up? Because, I'm going to be real honest why I'm asking the question, because come the first regular meeting in January, or the cow in January, you will have a different board potentially here. And so is that decision in January, or will this board be able to make that decision in December? And if you don't know the answer to that, I can understand, and you can email us, but that is an important consideration to me because, There's just a lot of moving parts to that. And would it be fair to be throwing this to brand-new board members or anything like that? Or I don't want to be kicking the can and saying I'm not doing our duty and all those sorts of things.
Sure, and I can answer it, I believe. So if this extension were to be approved, well, first of all, let's assume the extension were not, let's say this extension were not before the board. The renewal consideration for these schools would come to you in January of 2022, which is in 3 months, right? 3 months. If the extension is approved, then you're extending them by 1 year. So your consideration will occur January 2023 for a contract to begin in July of 2023.
Thank you.
With a new board, yeah.
With a new board, okay. And you know, that may be neither here nor there, but I think that was an important piece of information for us to recognize as we deliberate this. Thank you very much.
Superintendent Narcisse.
Yes, I just wanted to just highlight a few things about the recommendation. I think, as you know, in our ecosystem, we have all schools, you know, whether it's public, charter, whatever the labeling is in that context. And due to the SPS and the latitude that the state is discussing around waiving for performance for a year, I think it would be not fair to schools that are going through this process where we have to evaluate their progress, under these circumstances, to say we would judge them based on data before the COVID period. As you know, COVID has impacted all students across our district, every school, or even across multiple states. And I just think this would keep us aligned with the state around being fair around this and in terms of making judgment on that. So therefore, that's, as I had conversation with council, my recommendation is to allow the waiver till next year. I don't think it's a 3-year thing either, as Board Member Howard stated, but at least provide a year for fairness to schools to be able to show what they have. By judging them under the circumstances that we have been in under this pandemic, I think it would not be a very fair and equitable space to decide whether a school should stay open or closed in that space. Thank you.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Could you give me a brief history lesson here with these two schools? They've been around for a long time. I know J.K. Haynes has been around for a long time. How long, what's been the average school performance score? You know, has it gone up? Has it gone down? Stayed the same? And how many renewals? Extensions? It seems like there's been a lot going on around these particular schools.
Sure. And I'll answer what I can, Ms. Ware Jackson. We may have to get some of that information for you between now and the regular meeting. I don't have access, I don't have before me the average performance scores of those schools. We could get that. I will tell you that both of these schools were chartered, both of these operators were chartered prior to us having a policy in place, right? And so the contract for J.K. Haynes, there were 2 renewals. I don't have them in front of me, but I want to say 07 and then again in 2011 or 12, if I remember. Please don't hold me to those dates, but those contract terms were all based upon what was negotiated at the time and not based upon policy. South Baton Rouge charter was renewed my first year in the seat. I think it was January 2019. And is now up for renewal or extension. And so I believe that was its second renewal. It was chartered, and that was the first renewal. And so now we're at the next term. And so again, both of these schools have now been in existence long enough to now be under charter policy, which dictates terms, the length of time of the contract, and other parameters. So. That's essentially kind of a brief history of the terms. I can get you the specifics, and I'll get the board specifics via email within the next day or two. And I'll work with staff to get you something on school performance scores. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing no other board requests to speak, public comment?
Good evening, Tanya Nyman. Thank you. I can't give you the history that he just provided you, but I can give you the history of its capital lease agreement. So South Baton Rouge Charter Academy provides me with a great example of the way in which our taxpayer dollars are being used to benefit a private for-profit real estate company. So according to articles which appeared in the Baton Rouge Business Report in fall of 2014, Ryan Construction, a frequent partner of Red Apple Development.
Mrs. Nyman?
Yeah.
Can you present your comment in a way that makes it germane specific to the contract?
So please
Renewal.
add a bargain purchase
extension.
option to the contract, and here's a way to illustrate why it is important to taxpayer dollars, to taxpayers, so that we have a beneficial use of our taxpayer dollars. Ryan Construction, a frequent partner of Red Apple Development, purchased the land for South Baton Rouge Charter Academy for $1.1 million and constructed the facility. Red Apple exercised its purchase options to buy the completed facility from Ryan Construction for $13.2 million. The school opened its doors for the 2014-2015 school year. SLCF's 2015 financial statement indicates that the school entered into a 20-year lease agreement for the property. The same financial statement indicates that South Baton Rouge Charter had a capital lease payable in the amount of $13,954,059 with a long-term liability of $14,192,265. The accrued interest payable is for 2015 only. Interest would accrue each year over the 20-year term of the lease, dramatically increasing the final cost. The lease payments are made by the school, whose revenue is derived primarily from minimum foundation program funds, a per-pupil allocation consisting of federal, state, and local tax dollars. Clearly, public funds are being used to pay for the construction of the facility plus interest. However, at the end of the lease term, neither the school nor the chartering authority, in this case the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, will obtain ownership of the facility. Red Apple Development retains ownership as the facility is being leased, not purchased. The benefit to Red Apple is exponential. It recoups the cost of the facility, it earns interest, and it adds an appreciable asset to its portfolio. Since no asset was purchased by the charter school, no asset is owed to the chartering authority, in this case the school board. At the end of the lease agreement, Red Apple can continue to generate revenue by renewing the lease with the charter school or by leasing to another entity which offers more attractive terms. I think it's important to note that they also refinanced this lease agreement. Their original interest, by the way, was 9.845%. Anybody taken out a mortgage at that rate in recent years? In 2018, they refinanced it at 8.687%. That's absurd. So their original lease agreement was $13,954,059, and now in 2020, it's $13,362,289. By the way, please look at the number of their teachers who are certified, because I don't have the data for South Baton Rouge Charter Academy, but South Louisiana Charter Foundation, they have in their, this is way back from 2016, they stopped providing this information in their financial statements. But back in the day, they had 78 teachers in their report, and 50 of them were uncertified. Thank you.
All right. Next public comment.
I'm actually going to speak for once to say that I agree with Mr. Shamlin on extending the contract for J.K. Haynes Charter. Let me tell you why. Mr. J.K. Haynes played an integral part, not just in Baton Rouge, in Scotlandville, and throughout Louisiana, for people. He was a civil rights activist, but he loved people. He lived in Scotlandville. He made sure that that elementary school feeds students right into the middle school down the street, which is Scotlandville Middle Magnet. That's sending kids back into our school system. They had these children performing extremely well. They also not just only embrace our school system values, they embrace the family as a whole. See, they did a needs assessment on their children. They provide every student with school supplies. They help those kids and their families in each and every aspect of their life. When they were receiving adequate funding, They used to do a summer camp to actually make sure that their children would be able to pass LEAP. These are the type of schools that we should keep. J.K. Haynes Charter was the very first charter school in the state of Louisiana, and it used to be housed at Reverend T.J. Jemison Church before it became housed at the facility that it is now, which is the old Hardin Elementary. We talk about each and every child. They actually show it. They live it every day. And they embrace our children with disabilities. They follow the law. It's not many charters that you will ever hear me speak up for like that. But I have to tell the truth. Because like one board member said, state facts. I always will. And I definitely know the law. And I didn't have to go to school for that.
Oh, Lord. Let's operate in love, okay? You almost finished in love. I just... Thank you. And seeing no other public comment, she gave it and she took it back. Jesus. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no request to speak from the board, Madam Secretary, please call the vote. Please vote.
The motion carries.
All right. Whew. Last item on the agenda before we read the next meeting information. Item D12, Superintendent Performance Target. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the Superintendent Performance Targets. Can I get a motion? Board Member Goday and Board Member Ware Jackson. I'm gonna spread it around. Let me catch Ware Jackson. Okay. Go ahead. General Counsel, you have a presentation or some comments?
I don't have an official presentation, but I have a few comments. As you know, the law requires a board to adopt school performance targets for superintendents to be attached to their contract. Traditionally, this is done shortly following the execution of a contract. In our case, we opted to wait because as a district, we developed a strategic plan that took about 6 to 8 months. Upon completion of the strategic plan, I received direction from a number of board members to try to incorporate.
Thank you, Board Member Landis.
Thank you, Ms. Landis. And so following the completion of the development of the strategic plan, we've attempted to incorporate some of the requirements and some of the goals and objectives of the plan into the superintendent's performance targets. And so we're not presenting that to the board for adoption. It's pretty straightforward. I will say that they are tied to performance pay. The superintendent's contract has a maximum annual performance pay of $10,000, and so that number would be divided equally among the number of school performance targets applicable for that year. So if you look at some of those targets, a few of those things would be things he can only accomplish one time, such as the development of a strategic plan, development of a facilities assessment plan. And so in the coming years, only those targets that will move forward would then be divided among that $10,000 bonus pay, if that makes sense. And so it's pretty straightforward. Reviewed it with Dr. Narcisse. He is well aware of the requirements and he's in agreement. And so now we bring it to the board for adoption.
Board Member Goday.
That was last time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, seeing no request to speak from the board. Public comment? Okay.
Greetings. On the superintendent performance targets, I don't see anything as reflective on what targets we would have as it relates to our children with disabilities. We always talk about strategic plan and all that. Our strategic plan didn't have no real goals. There wasn't measurable. See, if we're gonna use the scientific method, it always had where you have a hypothesis and then you have a conclusion, which means you have to provide some real statistical data, something that's measurable. And we didn't have anything that was really measured. So if we're gonna give our superintendent some performance targets, we need to have measurable targets in every area. It cannot be just on devising a strategic plan. We know that our children with disabilities for far too long have not been served, has been unserved and underserved. And if we want to have our leader show that he's capable of being our leader, then let's put him to the test in areas that really need to have some measurements. That's how we see how effective a person is. Me and Mr. Howard, or me and any other board member could say things, but if we can't provide it in black and white, then I guess it's nothing but hearsay and talk. I'm asking for him to be able to show us something that is really feasible. That's what every alumni in this entire school system would like to see. When it comes to my child being advanced in school, everything has to be measured, just like any other child in a classroom. If you're gonna have an A, if they're on a 10-point grading scale, it gotta be between 90 and 100. So I'm asking that we set some real goals with measurements and it not be at a C level. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you, sir. Seeing no further public comment, back to the board. Board Member Webb Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mr. Shanlon, let's go back over something again. I'm looking at in the backup H and I. Did we say, I see 2021, 2022 on H, there's 3 things. And I says beginning in the same school year, 2021, 2022, it'll be 2 of these 4 items stated here. How do you determine which 2 of those 4? Or do we just, whichever one has the most, like he'll be shooting for like 2 out of the 4
Minimum
to reach all of the?
Yes, ma'am. In order to achieve the target, he would have to achieve any 2 of those 4. But if he achieved more, that would be great, right? But the minimum would be required. The minimum requirement would be any of those 2.
Okay, so in other words, every year it would need to be like 5 out of these 7 that we're looking at?
You're referring to H and I together? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you combine them, yes.
Yeah, okay. At first I thought, well, maybe the date is wrong up there or something, but yeah.
No,
Okay,
and it
I
just
got you.
refers to, that's a good question, it just refers to it beginning in 2021, 22, so it would continue on for the life of his contract.
I got you. Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Seeing no other board requests to speak, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward to item E1, announcement of meetings. Facility Plan Community Meeting to be held on November 10th, 2021, 6 p.m. at Terra High. Some or all board members may attend. Facility Plan Community Meeting to be held on November 16th, 2021 at 6 p.m. at Woodlawn High. Some or all board members may attend. And the regular board meeting to be held on November 18th at 5 p.m. at the Professional Development Center. And item F, adjournment. So moved. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, point of personal privilege.
I just wanted to be real quick, Madam Vice President. I just wanted to say that I was bestowed the honor of representing our school board with this year's Baton Rouge Business Report 40 Under 40. The event is going to be November 18th, and it's just an honor of mine to be able to be recognized for the great works of things that's happening around our city, but also, like I said before, just to represent our school board and put us in a positive light. So, thank you.
All right, congrats. Okay.